Testing 1 2 1 2. Testing 1 2. Yeah, it's working. All good. Yeah. and girls. Oh, here we go. We are working. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the SimRacing Expo 2025. The mic is finally working, and now you're going to get bored of my voice within about 3 seconds. My name is Luke Crane. I'm one of your hosts today. I'm joined by Matthias Brandt again.
Hi, nice to meet you. Hey, nice to have you here. I'm just super excited, honestly, because yesterday was already so much fun, but today is going to be even better, I guess. And it's already so packed. It's that crazy.
Yeah, yesterday, probably the most people I've ever seen at the SimRacing Expo, and today there are more, which is mind-blowing, but yeah, it's fantastic.
Yeah, and we are looking forward to a really nice show and stage program over here. So let me or us introduce you to that. This is actually the show intro, where nothing happens except for we tell you what's happening.
I appreciate that, thank you.
Yeah.
Then we're going to hear from the iRacing studios as well, talking about all of their new titles and how things are working out. Obviously,
yes,
we've just had iRacing. Now all of a sudden there's 4 million games, so we've got to talk about so much.
Yeah, absolutely. After that, it's going to be Isotech SimSports right here on stage, and that's going to be exciting because Jardier is going to be here, and Andre Eriksson as well, the CEO. So they're going to talk about everything new, and we are going to have live racing right here on stage. And Jardier, I already know, is going to pick some people out of the audience to race against them. And yeah, there are going to be prizes and everything. It's going to be amazing. So make sure 12 o'clock you're going to be here.
If that wasn't enough, we then have Jimmy Broadbent and Steve Brown up here who are going to be discussing hitting 1 million subscribers on YouTube. There's a few people now in sim racing, but they are the OGs. To hit 1 million is incredible, but their stories are so intertwined, and now they're racing together in the LNS series here in Germany. So it's just going to hear all about that. There's a Q&A as well, so if you go to their socials, you can post a question. I will then write it down, ask it on stage, and you might get a shout out.
Yes, so there are going to be 3 super famous content creators on stage at that time, right? With you.
Thank you.
Well, what can I say? After that, it's Farming Simulator. We're looking forward to that. Actually, I'm so much into farming since I was a kid. I loved it all the time. I didn't do anything concerning farming, but I loved it. Like, whenever I walked by, it was just crazy, so I'm really looking forward to that.
Well, I'm from the south of England, so that's all we do is farming, so it's pretty much the same, right?
Yeah, potatoes, potatoes, potatoes.
Then VRS are going to come on stage and discuss their latest software and hardware as well on here, which is going to be cool. And then we have the SimRacing Round Table with multiple game developers. Now, I'm sure there's going to be a fight, to be honest.
Probably yes, right? And make sure you're here at 16, because that is a lot going on then. And 17 is the Road to SimRacing Expo competition final, so it's another race right here on stage, which is going to be commentated by you, right?
Yeah, me and Danny are going to commentate. It is the final. We had 3 online rounds. We've got 3 pros, 3 AMs, all racing in the same race. There will be 2 champions, and yeah, be fought out on this stage.
Yeah, and that's pretty much it for the day. I guess you guys are going to have fun, hopefully.
Absolutely. So we've got about 27 minutes until we get the show started. You've got plenty of time to go get some drinks, snacks, maybe have a look around here. But then once it starts, it starts. I can tell you that right now. The action is going to be plenty.
Did you just say that? Once it starts, it starts. Yeah. So make sure you'll be here. 11:30. See you guys. Thank you. Everybody, hi, welcome to SimRacing Expo 2025. Right here live on stage now with iRacing Studios and Kevin Bobbitt and Greg West. Hi, nice to meet you guys.
Hey.
Please give a warm hand of applause, maybe? Yes. That's great. So, how are you guys doing?
Well, look at the crowd. We were just talking about this. This was a lot less pressure last year when there was like half the people here. I'm amazed at how big this expo's gotten. I've been coming here for 5 or 6 years now. And yesterday was the biggest crowd I've ever seen. I went for a run this morning and I saw the line wrapped halfway around the building. I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah, there's a lot.
It's a great crowd. Thanks for being here. We're excited to talk about everything iRacing Studios is up to. So thanks for having us.
So this is what we're going to do. Maybe firstly, you guys would love to introduce yourselves because everybody loves to listen to stories. Tell us a little bit of your story.
Go for it.
I'm Kevin Bobbitt, Vice President of Marketing and Communications for iRacing. I've been with the company for way too long, since before we had a product, actually. My background is, hardcore motorsports fan for my entire life, gamer, and this is just the dream position to be in, right? To be able to contribute to all the titles we work on, and iRacing has grown so much since I've been here, and now we're expanding and building so many other titles. It's just awesome.
Sounds like. And you, Greg?
Greg West, Global Director of Operations at iRacing. I've been with iRacing for a little over 6 years. I've been a member for, I don't know, a few years before that. So I was a big fan of the product, obviously raced a whole lot. And then, the dream job. I started to get paid to do my hobby, which is really, really cool. Excited to be here, excited to talk about iRacing Studios and all the major expansion going on in iRacing, and also just to see all of the amazing stuff here at the Expo.
We all love that, I guess. So let's dive into it. We're talking about NASCAR 25, IndyCar 26, iRacing Arcade. But firstly, what is it like working with IRL series, replicating what we see on the television, actually?
Oh, like working with like NASCAR, IMSA, all these brands. It's actually very cool, right? To have those relationships and more so, the sanctioning bodies see the value of sim racing as a way to reach new people and develop new fans, right? If you talk to them, they're all looking at how do we get younger people engaged in racing? Because the narrative is that young people don't like cars. I don't think that's true, but that's what a lot of people say. And working with the likes of NASCAR, IMSA, whoever, they find that it's a great way to reach those people, engage them. It's not just running a television ad. It's a way that people can experience NASCAR or sports cars or whatever the series might be. So it's really quite enjoyable to work directly with them to see that.
That's super interesting. So let's now dive into NASCAR 25. There were already people approaching me, like, are you going to talk about it? Yes, of course we will. So what can the community expect from this?
Well, it's out now, so hopefully they can experience it. It's out on console and will be out on PC shortly. But NASCAR 25 is the title that we always wanted to make, but we had to get iRacing to a certain point so that we could expand and build the team and hire the right people to do it. And we wanted to build a NASCAR title that did it justice, that had, first and foremost, a really good driving experience, right? And it's not iRacing, it's not meant to be iRacing, it's a great driving experience on a console. We really developed it to be primarily a gamepad, because that's how most people play console. Works on a wheel as well, but that's the focus, and what I'm most impressed is that you can feel the car with a gamepad. That's really hard to do, right? It's not just a little joystick, but you can feel what the car is doing. You make adjustments to the car, you can feel what's happening in a realistic way. It also has a really deep career mode, and you kind of build yourself up from an ARCA driver, which is the lowest level of NASCAR National Series, and you work your way up, you build your team, you hire people, you hire mechanics or PR people or managers, all those sorts of things. So it's very immersive, and it gives you a reason to keep playing it.
Yeah, no, I think what's interesting about that title is there's going to be a lot of crossover with people that maybe aren't the largest fans of NASCAR but enjoy racing titles and that progression and that career mode. If you were into like management type games, there's a lot of depth in that career mode, and I would say check it out. It's going to be over at the Fanatec booth later today. But yeah, there's going to be a couple rigs over there on I believe the controller and the wheel. It's something that I think people would be really interested in, even though it's NASCAR not as big, obviously. In Europe, I see somebody with NASCAR colors over there, so big shout out.
Yeah.
But yeah, check it out.
Right. Yes, absolutely. what I learned or heard from the audience, like that there were some people afraid of iRacing suffering from the development of NASCAR 25 because like you might be going into that or give a lot of pressure into that and like lose sight of iRacing somehow. That is not the case,
No,
right?
so we've expanded iRacing staff tremendously. We've acquired several studios, right? And the people that are working on each of these individual titles, whether it's iRacing, NASCAR 25, the IndyCar game, whatever we're working on, it's a dedicated team. Do we share some resources? Absolutely. We build tracks,
probably,
right?
yes, yeah.
So we laser scan tracks. We're known for that. We build super accurate and realistic tracks. We can share those things. They need to get converted a little bit here or there, but that's how we share resources. We're not pulling the top engineer off of iRacing to go work over here. It's a dedicated team on each project, right?
Yeah, nobody's, the folks working on the tire model did not get pulled off of iRacing, did not get pulled off to work on any other title, I promise.
So,
So-
nobody has to be afraid in that
Right.
case. Great. So before we talk about IndyCar 26, is there anything you want to add about NASCAR 25?
Well, the marketing guy, he says you should go out and buy it and check it out. But no, it really is a fun game, and it's the first of many, right? We haven't announced what we're doing next, but it's a franchise, so there'll be more titles, more. The game will grow from here, basically. So.
Okay, so there's a lot to expect.
Yes.
Talk about IndyCar 26. Is the first alone title since 2005, I guess, right? So after Codemasters made IndyCar Series 2005, what is the audience about to expect about
Well,
that?
we're building the game from scratch, right? But it brings us back to our roots. So Dave Kemmer, our co-founder, his first title in 1989 was Indy 500, the simulation. Back on a floppy disk, it was single player, it was one race. You could race the Indy 500, and that was it. But it was groundbreaking back then. Most of these people aren't old enough to remember that, but I am, and it was a great game. So it's really fun to get back to where we started and have that game. IndyCar racing is so different than NASCAR. How you drive the cars, obviously they look different, but they drive different, and that's the experience we're going for. We'll also have career and all that, but it'll be a standalone game, much like NASCAR is. We're not trying to replicate iRacing on the console. We're trying to give console players a way to experience IndyCar.
And I think that's an important thing is none of these, as you said, none of these are trying to replace iRacing. iRacing's mission statement is always to provide that most realistic, millimeter accurate experience. Whereas you're seeing with the NASCAR 25, IndyCar, and these console titles, I guess you would call them more of a simcade type title. It's an accessible experience. We want to get people involved, want them having fun, a little bit of depth. There's still a lot of realism there, but more tailored to that controller experience. And then, as a goal, we want people that want that more in depth to then evolve and become, true iRacing members, and then that's where you can experience that additional level of simulation.
Sounds amazing. So what are you yourself most excited about for this release?
For IndyCar, this question was confusing. So I think with IndyCar, it's just giving that community something they haven't had in almost 20 years. And to be the stewards of both NASCAR 25 and IndyCar, and for those communities that have desperately wanted a new title and something to play outside of iRacing, it's a big responsibility, but it's incredibly exciting, and it's really an honor to be a part of it.
We've had a relationship with IndyCar for a very long time, and it's great to be able to provide kind of the whole package, right? High-end simulation on iRacing and a game for the masses, right? They can reach more people, we can reach more people. We have a lot of hardcore sim racers at the show, obviously, but I think the industry could use more of them, and I think people will find games like NASCAR 25, the IndyCar game, and some of those are going to say, this is great, but I want to go to the next level. Let me learn about sim racing, and I think they'll join this crowd and expand this, and that'll be good for all the hardware manufacturers. It'll be good for all of the titles, not just iRacing, but the more people that are sim racing, the better for this industry.
Sounds absolutely obvious.
Yeah.
Now, let's talk about iRacing Arcade, something nobody expected. What can we look forward to with this title?
iRacing Arcade, first of all, is an absolute blast to work on. We've partnered with the Original Fire Games studio. I think most people here will have heard of Circuit Superstars and Karting Superstars, which are probably the cutest top-down racers you've ever seen, but also were coupled with some really interesting physics for what they were. So evolving that, this is not an extension of those games. This is a ground-up game. And once again, did not take any resources from iRacing, and you can expect this incredibly cute yet surprisingly deep game once again, designed around a controller. And what I think you're going to find from sim racers and specifically iRacers is sometimes you only have 20 or 30 minutes. You want to get a little bit of that fix, but you can't really get into that flow state of iRacing. You're getting the rig set up, tuned up, working on a setup. I don't have time for that. But with little 5-6 minute races, you can get that experience, that little dopamine hit of going racing, and it's still a very physics-based title, but it's definitely not simulation. So you're looking at Mario Kart meets Sim City, meets a little bit of iRacing, and I think that's with a lot of cuteness on top of it. That's what you can expect. It's once again over at the Fanatec booth right now. The demo came out earlier this week?
Monday.
Last week? No, last week, or yeah, Monday. The days are running together with all the travel.
Absolutely.
But yeah, the demo's for free on Steam right now. It comes out release date for PC December 2nd. And then we're looking at console, Xbox, and PlayStation early 2026. We don't have a release date for that yet, though.
Okay, but December 2nd is noted. Okay. Anything to add there?
He's covered it pretty well, but it's a fun and addictive game, right? So in the testing that I get to do as part of my job, we have internal competitions on time attacks, and you see your friend there, you're like, oh, he's 1/10 quicker, I've got to do that, and then next thing you know, you've blown your entire lunch hour playing, testing something. So
we have a little bit of a rivalry with Executive Vice President Steve Myers, and so yeah, we have a group chat going among other things, but it's fastest times have been set, and Steve's hard to beat.
He is hard to beat.
It is a problem.
So this could actually affect on your work.
We get paid to play video games.
Yeah,
That's all we do all day,
testing.
obviously.
It's testing. Yeah.
Yeah, obviously, of course. How fun has it been to work with Original Fire Games?
That group is just a blast. It's a family-oriented game. You got Caro, Charlie, Alberto, and then the engineers John and Tim, Eve, Cass that work on the UI and the art. That's the whole team. That's everybody. I just named every single person working on that project. But it's really a labor of love. And if you look at their previous titles, you can kind of sense that. They come from a racing family. Charlie raced all the way up to Formula Renault 2.0. So these guys have that fuel in their blood. And I say they put a lot of blood into the project. They really care about the detail, the feeling. And we've been working on this for 1.5 years, and I'm incredibly excited for people to get their hands on it, not just the demo, but the full release, and see the depth that went into this game. Once again, we got online multiplayer. I know that was a big question, but you also have a career mode that's unique. I don't want to go too into depth about it. We're going to be putting some pieces out over in the next month, but it's a unique take on a true arcade racer, which there hasn't been a big one in a long time, and so we're excited to fill that niche.
Yeah, something to add though. I mean, they were a natural fit to work with, right? They're as passionate about the games they make as everybody that works on any of the other iRacing products, right? And it's not just a job for them; it's what they do, and that's the way. If you meet anybody that works for iRacing studios, that's who works for us. Super passionate.
It's just nice to hear, like when you mentioned that everybody there has a lot of fuel in their blood, and then they put their blood into the game or into everything. So there must be a lot of fuel in it.
Yeah,
obviously it is. Could you give us a summary of the special events from the year?
Yeah, I mean, we're incredibly excited as this one comes to a close. We're up between 10 and 20% depending on the events. Everything, it was just record breaking after record breaker after record breaker. 20,000 concurrent drivers at 24 Hours of Daytona, looking to absolutely shatter that next year. But the big thing is just trying to continue to expand that. What's been super exciting is to expand the field. You're seeing the more GTPs, hypercar. The field of GT3s on iRacing continues to grow, which actually has us to make some tough decisions, but these are good problems to have. But we're just excited to see everybody that's come out and participated in them. I think we had 26 of them in a 52-week year. That's a lot of special events. We've covered a lot of different forms of racing. We're working on next year's calendar right now, not just special events, but we're also looking to expand we don't really have a catchy name for it, but our special series, the in-depth year-long series. We expanded it this year outside of NASCAR and the Formula One and IndyCar. We have the Lotus 79 has like a 12-race series throughout the year. Nürburgring Endurance Championship has been massive. The Creventic 12-hour races, over 1,000 entries per. So it's not just the special events calendar, it's all of these special series that run throughout the year. And I think that's really where getting the community involved has been really special. The goal is to let people experience that fire in your blood of lining up at Daytona or lining up with your friends after prepping for a month or two for a 12-hour or 24-hour race, and that community that builds. Minimizing that barrier to entry. We want everybody to experience that, and that's kind of the goal and how we look at our special events and our special series that we're going for 2026.
Yeah, it's worth adding that the special events really are about the community, right? So we run esports, pro-level esports, award lots of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars every year. That's for a select few, right, that have qualified in. These special events are for the community. Over 20,000 people competing. Doesn't matter your skill level, right? You can go and have a good time. Our split system works. If you win split 32, you're just as excited as the guy that wins split 1, I think. And that's what's cool about those events.
And especially the 24-hour races. We've done a bunch of them, and there's some Twitch clips out there, some incidents. Finishing a 24-hour race with your team, I don't care if it's split 10. Who here's raced Daytona last year? Show of hands.
Yeah.
All right. Who here finished Daytona last year? It's a big deal, isn't it? It doesn't matter where you finish. Yep. Winning's great, and getting that certificate's fantastic. But to prepare with your mates and see it through a 24-hour event, it's a really unique feeling in this community that a lot of esports don't have. So that's pretty special.
About 10 years ago, myself and a couple other staff ran in the Sebring 12-hour race, and we won our split. It was like split 11. We were so excited we made our own trophies. I still have it on my desk. We had to celebrate ourselves. So.
Kevin made
I made the
trophies.
Yeah.
One can really see and feel that you're so much into it. It's so nice that these games come from people who really love sport and love to just enjoy it a lot. Everybody, right? Probably is like for me, like might not be the best racer all over the place, but like who enjoys this the most is probably has the most fun. So.
Well, that's the great thing about iRacing, and when we have such massive community events, you do not have to be a top 40 racer in the world to feel that competitiveness. You can go find a great race in lower splits, and there's nothing wrong with that. Everybody here is doing something else rather than being well, not everybody, but the vast majority are not professional sim racers. That's fine. You're going to find a good race with our matchmaking system, with the iRating. And that's really what we want. Once again, the community experience and that positive experience and feeling like, hey, you have a chance.
I think that's a wrap, I guess, because this is all what SimRacing Expo is all about and what your games are all about. It's about having fun. It's about enjoying easy approach, low hurdle, and then just go have fun, right? Anything to add?
We appreciate being here. I mean, I look forward to this event every year, and it gets bigger and bigger. We say it every year, but it really does get bigger and bigger, and you can just see the enthusiasm of the attendees, the companies that are bringing new products. Yeah. Every year there's something new, different, a different take on something, right? It's not just, oh, there's another steering wheel. Well, let's do it a different way. Let's make a shifter a different way. Innovation is amazing, and the passion that everybody here, I think we share that with you. Like, that's what's important. So.
Yeah, I think it's really cool to see all the vendors here that are building all of this equipment that make it more enjoyable to interact with our software. We don't build wheels. We don't build pedals. We don't build crazy motion rigs. It's amazing to see that what the rest of this economy has built up around sim racing. So yeah, that just makes any of the softwares here more enjoyable, and I think that's what's one of the most fun things about coming to this event is to see what's next.
Yes, absolutely. I think that's a good word for ending this. Thank you so much, Greg and my gosh, Kevin.
Kevin.
Sorry, so many names. I guess you guys will be around if anybody has questions. Furthermore,
absolutely. Okay. We'll probably head up over to the Fanatec booth for a little bit. Once again, iRacing Arcade, NASCAR 25 are both over at the Fanatec booth. Go check it out. And if you haven't downloaded the demo, it's free. So please go on Steam, check it out.
Everybody's got a Steam account, right?
Yeah, so, everybody here has a Steam account. I will give you a demo of iRacing Arcade. It is yours.
Okay, that sounds good. Actually, everybody, our journey is also going on. 2026, we're going to be in Charlotte, so that's the home of NASCAR. Somehow there's a connection to your games, I'd say, so hopefully see you guys there.
Yeah, we're excited about it. It's a little bit closer than coming here. It's still a bit of a drive, but yeah, Charlotte's near and dear to us. We have a great relationship with NASCAR, but it won't just be a NASCAR show. So just because it's in the home of NASCAR, everybody's welcome. If you want to drive F1 cars, Indy cars, whatever it is, it's just like this. It's about sim racing, right? So we're excited that we'll have one in America. So.
Yes. So thank you guys. That's that for that. In about 10 minutes, we're going to have an Acertech presentation right here on stage, also with live racing with you guys, because we're going to pick 4 or 5 of you right out of the audience to race against you. You can win prizes at 12. See you then.
You can be in the middle.
And we are just in time. Hi everybody, welcome back on stage of SimRacing Expo 2025. My name is Matthias and I love to introduce you to Andre Eriksson, CEO of Asetek Sim Sports, and of course Jadier. You probably have recognized him already. Hi guys, how are you doing?
Good, thank.
Yeah, great, amazing.
Cool. So people love stories, so for introduction, just maybe tell us a little bit of your story.
I'm a SimRacing YouTuber, and recently I also was able to transfer a little bit into real racing.
Nice, and yours?
Yeah, so on the sim side, connecting with me, I would say that I've been doing racing most of my life. It was motocross to begin with, then I moved into go-karts, then I moved into formula cars, and then when I was getting too old, both my daughter and my son was racing, and we used simulators for getting to know real tracks, practicing for real racing. That's our first knowledge and experience with Sims.
So it's super interesting to have both of you on stage because we can crisscross the stories a little bit. You're starting in real racing and then coming to sim racing, and you starting in sim racing, then going to real racing. Super interesting. So how was what was the motivation for you to start real racing? How did you get into that?
I don't know. I guess I've always been a motorhead, and I still is. I love everything with an engine, and I can race a shopping trolley as long as my competitors also have a shopping trolley. I just love racing.
That sounds beautiful. Imagine you in the supermarket.
Yeah.
And making it first to the cashier. So what were your experiences in real racing then?
It was expensive, and and that's where the Sims comes in handy. For example, we were doing a race in India, and we couldn't afford go testing in India, so we had the track made from a laser scan. I believe it was for Assetto Corsa. So we had the track made, so we could be back in our home basement, actually practicing and practicing and practicing. And then when you go onto the real track, it is, as you can testify, it's not the same, but still braking points, turn-in points, you can actually use that.
And that how you recognized that sim racing can help real racers, and it's actually a very fun thing to do, obviously, and also super helpful. So was that the point that you decided to build like stuff for sim racing?
No, a long story, very short. We were doing a gaming academy at Asetek. And while we were doing this gaming academy, it was, first shooter games. People could come and kill each other virtually.
Hopefully.
I'm not really much into that type of gaming. So I suggested, why don't we buy 5 simulators, put into the gaming academy, and then the young people who comes, they can try real racing and real gaming. And I don't know if I was particularly unlucky, but the stuff that we bought, it just broke down all the time. And then there was firmware issues, then there was driver issues. And that was actually what led me to say, I think we can do this better.
And you did, obviously. Jadier, so what's your perspective of the story? Because you started out with sim racing and now going into real racing. So maybe tell us from scratch.
Oh God.
Do you have time?
Yeah, real racing was a dream for me for 20 years, and right now I'm actually doing sim racing for 21 years. So it's my lifestyle, it's my life, the sim racing, and 2 years ago I decided it's maybe time to try to live a dream a little bit, and I put all my money into it and started real racing, and it's been an incredible journey, and it made me realize how sim racing is, first of all, important for me to the transfer to real racing, and how actually good it is.
You talk about a long journey, so maybe it's also interesting how Asetek products supported you and made this dream become true.
Yeah, it's I'm very happy to work with Asetek on this because it's a great company and I really like and trust the product, which is the most important for me. And obviously, it's a good practice tool.
Do you also train on Asetek products then for your rear racing, or you don't do rear racing anymore, right?
No, you know, being the CEO of a public company, the board did not. I had a big crash up in Portland in the US where I actually flipped the car.
Ah, that's serious.
And after that, the board actually stopped me. But my son.
You could go on if you were good.
My son is still racing to some extent. So for the last, let's say, last 5 to 10 years, I have spent probably more than half of my weekends on racetracks around the world. So I'm still very much in the environment, you could say.
Okay. So how would you say, can you prepare on sim rigs for real day racetracks?
Like for me, it's like very basic things of the sim racing are the same exactly in a real racing. Like I practice in a way that you just first of all memorize the track, the braking points, you know around the braking points where they are for the track and stuff like that. And then you obviously adjust to the race car what it needs. And one thing that actually helped me the most, or I realized the sim racing is the best thing as a tool, is the race. Like for me, when I sit the first time at a race car, it was quite similar, and it was a lot of things I had to learn. But when I actually started a race, I suddenly realized, okay, I have done this already thousands of times, and the race for me was way easier than, for example, qualification.
Did it also help you to keep your cool in the race? Like, because like
Yeah.
probably a lot, there's nervousness and stuff.
Yeah, 100%, because in a race, everyone in a real race behaves the same way as in a sim. Like if I do a league race and I fight with someone, the mind works the same as in a real life. So I realized literally for me the hardest part was the qualification and maybe practice, but then the actual race, the fighting and everything, the sim racing taught me any scenario in the last years, because I realized something is happening, some little crash on the start, and I was like, oh yeah, I know exactly what to do because I've done this hundreds of times, thousands of times.
How is it from the other perspective, like coming from real racing, then in the sim racing? Is it also pretty much the same?
I would say yes and no, because there is one big difference that you can never ever get in a simulator, and that's the sensation of fear
Yes.
and money. It costs real money to hit the wall in a real race car. So from that perspective, if I should compare your story, you know, going to a real racetrack, braking points, braking technique is a big thing.
Yeah.
You can train that just as well at home. Absolutely.
And it spares a lot of money.
Yeah, but you know, one thing where you cannot really train is that it has no consequence. And I think when I watch sim races, I can see a lot of them have never been on a real racetrack because they move, they pull off, they are without risk in a game. Whereas if you did that in the real world, you would hurt yourself or you would hurt your wallet or both.
Yeah.
I can tell the wall in the real life is coming way faster than in a sim.
Okay. So did you have crashes in real racing already?
Yeah.
Obviously you did.
Unfortunately.
Did you come in fearless in the beginning and then like learn that it is to be feared?
No, I think I approach the sim racing the same way as I approach the real racing. I think obviously I'm a very aggressive, but at the same time I'm almost thinking about the money, even in a sim, because obviously the real racing is extremely expensive. So I'm quite reasonable in this area. But I think I realized that you have to, when you sit in a car, you kind of have to put that fear away. When you have to focus on the driving and you kind of zone out. So you don't think about it until you have to pay later on.
Obviously. So there might be a lot of people in the audience, just a guess, but who might be interested in if you maybe can share some tips about how your journey was and how they probably can maybe replicate it somehow.
I think it's important to always believe in yourself and work hard what you want. It took me 20 years to get in a real race car. Yeah. And thanks to sim racing, I managed to do it. And I think if you really want to do it, I think if you work hard for your goal, it will happen. So I think just believe in yourself and work hard.
That are good words, especially for what we are going to do now, because, well, you could enhance your story of sim racing right now, racing against you, Jardier. I already mentioned that we will have a race right here on stage with 5 of you guys, so maybe you want to pick 5 people right out of the audience to race against.
Guys, can we somebody race? We need 5 volunteers for a little race.
So, if you feel like you're a very good sim racer, raise your arm even higher, maybe.
Right. I see the guy with the head.
We can maybe stand up, yeah. Just
Oh, okay, okay. You?
see better. This guy in front.
How many we have? 3? You, sir? Yeah, both of you, yeah, yeah. Is that good? Yeah.
Yeah, that is that. That is 5 of you. Okay. So, please have a seat at the consoles. Maybe we have Luke around to tell you just a little bit about. And Jardi, I recommend you maybe sitting over here.
Hey guys, we have like a little race for 20 minutes. The winner gets some good stuff.
Let's maybe make it maybe 10 minutes because our schedule is pretty packed, but yes. And we, in between, will talk about the Initium series because this is what you came for, obviously, and also the audience is interested in. So, yeah, have a seat, guys.
What? I will take this one, please. Yeah. Just.
Great.
Don't be too fast, please.
So everybody's preparing and we can maybe dive right into the Initium series. We already can see it right here.
Yeah.
So maybe, yeah, from the beginning, just tell us about.
Yeah, so we've been in sim racing for what, 4 or 5 years now. And we started in the high end, trying to show off our capabilities and do the best sim racing equipment we could. But granted, it's also very expensive. You know, our Invicta steering wheel, for example, it's 1,500 euros or something like that. That is expensive. So what we wanted to do with the Initium, the name in Latin actually means entry into or to begin with. So that is our entry series. But don't let the name fool you, because the idea we had was by using more clever materials, we would keep the high-end feeling, the good quality and the good performance, but at a much lower price point. So for example, the rig you see over here, where you have the seat, you have the rig, or the cockpit if you want.
You can go there.
Yeah. You have the steering wheel, you have the wheelbase, and everything you see there is below 1,000 euros, plus VAT in whatever country you're in, of course.
Firm.
Okay, sorry, I'm back. I just hear Jardi all the time on my headphones. Are you good to go?
Ready, so the guys ready up.
Are you guys ready?
Ready up, boys.
Maybe you could just have a little walk around and tell everybody what to do. You good to go? Yes?
Yes, we have a countdown, so we are ready.
Okay, countdown is going. They are ready. Good, sorry, now I'm back.
No worries. So what I was saying is that for less than 1,000 euros plus VAT, you can actually get an entire cockpit, seat, wheelbase, and pedals. I think that's quite affordable for a high-end piece of sim racing.
Absolutely, because this is what they are all facing, right? They want to have like the best to reach or to get like improve their levels and stuff like that.
Yes, and especially with this kit, for example, the pedals. What you can see here is what you get out of the box. But as you improve, you can improve the features all the way up to hydraulic brakes, just by keeping or buying simple upgrade kits. So you don't have to throw anything away or replace anything. You can just keep upgrading.
That is really nice. Talk about the wheel as well.
Yeah, so the wheel you see right there is a GT style wheel, universal wheel. But if you want to go high end at some point, you can upgrade with our other wheels. And within long, we will have a different type of wheels because that will actually have Xbox support. So with a console, obviously a lot of things are easier. You may not get the same experience as on a PC, but it's very easy plug and play. So it will be available for console within long as well.
That sounds amazing. And the wheelbase, of course, we have to talk about that as well.
Yeah, so what you see there is a 5 Newton meter motor. It doesn't sound of much, but it is actually quite strong. And then you can upgrade it by buying a power supply, and then you have 8 Newton meters. So there's like a boost kit available.
That sounds amazing. So let's now dive into the race and maybe talk with Jardi a little bit about the hardware and how he uses it and how it helps him to improve his Racing skills. So this is going to be a little bit complicated for you because you have to talk to me while you are racing, obviously, right?
Yes, yes.
So we have a commentated round by yourself. How do you like that?
Yeah, good, yes. I
Yes,
like
they're
always
fine.
good competition.
Yeah, that's great. Yeah, because everybody from your audience is not prepared, so you have to have a little extra challenge over here. Okay, so let's maybe do some math. 16 plus 16, how much is that? Yeah, you just didn't listen to me, right? You did not. Yeah. Can you maybe tell me a little bit about the new Initium series of Asetek?
I don't hear you.
You don't hear me? Come on, okay, that's better. Can you, in between, tell me a little bit about the new Initium series and how do you like it?
Yeah, I like it. It's always good to have an entry product for the sim racing, and I think that's one of the things that Asetek was actually missing because they were having very high-end equipment, and now they went more to the medium and beginning side of the sim racing, and I think it was very welcome from the sim racing community. So I think that's very important, and I think it's good to also go to the roots of the sim racing because a lot of people cannot start with the highest equipment gear.
As Andre just said already, that's nice. Yeah, now we're getting ready for the race, and maybe you can tell us a little bit about your race plan now.
I actually never played this game before, so
No worries.
I got a good start at least. I got a good start. That's
Yeah, you're
positive.
already in front, right? I just want to let everybody know that Jardier, if he's winning, he's not getting the prize. Let's talk about the prize a little bit. What do you have for us, Andre?
What I have here is a piece of paper.
Yes, that's
So
beautiful.
it's actually what's on the other side. So the winner of this little race, of course, if it's not Jardier, will actually get a kit, as you see on the stage here. So this is your voucher to go home with.
The full bundle, I'd say.
Yes.
Right? So it's going to be pedals, the wheelbase, and the wheel for the winner of this race. I'm
Yep.
really looking forward to give it to someone. Like, actually, we give the voucher to someone,
Yes,
right?
exactly.
And then they come to your booth.
Yeah, I think we will actually ship it to them, so they don't have to carry it around.
Even easier. Perfect. That sounds really good. So tell us a little bit about your booth. What are people going to do, or can people expect over there?
Sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
What can people expect at your booth? Just tell us a little bit, a walkthrough somehow. What
Yeah,
is it?
sure. We are showing off all our products, obviously, but from the very high end and down to the Initium series. If people haven't already heard, I'm sure they will hear that we have an LMP3 car at the
yes.
booth that we are actually firing up every now and then. And it's not just a gimmick. This is the car that we are racing. We won the championship in Denmark in 24 with that car. The driver is here, the lead mechanic is here, and the car is here.
So as soon as the car is fired up, they are all around over there. And is it that, like, what I like about SimRacing Expo the most is that all the actual racers and people from around are just around and open and approachable to be asked questions and stuff, so everybody can, right?
Yeah, as I said, we have the lead mechanic. We have taken the hood off so you can actually see all the stuff, the gearbox, the suspension, and ask all the questions you want.
Yeah.
And then, then at 4 o'clock, we actually have Jardier on stage for a meet and greet, so you can come to our booth and have a talk with Jardier yourself.
See, 4 o'clock, please make a note in your schedules. And we get back into the race. Jardier, maybe I can... Oh, you're not first anymore. What happened?
I lost some power, and the BOP is not very good right now on this car, so...
So what do you say about the other racer?
No, he's driving well. He's driving really good. Is the user on the first rig, I think, all the way to the left.
All the way to the left.
I think so.
Okay, yeah.
But he has a 15-second penalty for start, but I think we can scratch that, so... The start was confusing for everyone.
Okay, maybe we'll scratch that. Yeah, that's a good thing. So, yeah, how do you feel about the hardware now?
Yeah, good. I like the initial. I like the steering wheel because it's very good. Like it feels good in the hand for the price. It's affordable, you know.
Maybe you could take us a little bit with you on the racetrack. So what is happening actually
The
now?
leader almost spun, so we have a big drama. No, I'm trying to be easy, but it's good.
It's good.
Going to the Schumacher SS, the track is looking good. Oh no!
Almost losing it. Oh. But you caught it back again. Thank God we are on the sim, not in a real race. Okay, so
There's a big battle for the P1. But I think me and the other driver, we can't see each other except going forward because we don't know how to look back and left and right.
That's a little bit complicated. We don't have the race on the screen at the moment, so actually maybe we can put the race on the screen. Is that possible? Not possible. Okay, unfortunately. But whatsoever, I think we'll have, let's say, another minute of racing.
Yeah, one more lap, one more lap.
One more lap, okay. So next lap is going to be the deciding lap for whom's going to be the winner of our race over here. Or who's going to be second after Jardier. So
I might have some technical issues, I don't know.
you probably will. Like I saw you racing, wow, wow. How's it for you as like with fuel in your blood when somebody else is racing? Do you also want to like join all the time?
Yeah, I have this little hidden agenda of mine that I may go back to into some type of racing, probably with my son before he gets too old. So it would be fun to do a few races every now and then because, yeah, I still like it.
Yeah. Is there father and son races actually? I know about tournaments in other sports.
No, not necessarily, but you know, you have long distance races where you 2 or 3 drivers on the same car, Le Mans, for example.
Okay, yeah, that's really cool. Absolutely. So your board will allow that. Hopefully, maybe you can get kind of an extra permission or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, really cool. Is there anything you want to share, like planning or in the planning with Asetek Sim Sports?
Yeah, I would say one of the questions we get asked the most is probably console support. And although we have a lot of enthusiasts who wants to play and game on their PC, that is perhaps the ultimate experience. But there's also a lot of people who don't want the hassle, updating drivers, updating firmware, all of that stuff. Sure. So we will come with the console support, as mentioned earlier, for the Xbox, hopefully early next year.
Okay, so everybody who's maybe excited to play it on console, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Really cool. Okay, so let's just have a quick look into the race. It should be over soon, and then we're gonna have a winner, I guess. Daria, how is it going?
Yes, we are finishing the race. Like, luckily the P2 spun behind me, I think. He made some mistake.
Yeah, I saw him struggling over there.
I think my car might have some technical irregularities, and I might get disqualified after the race.
Yeah, I think so too. So that is the race.
It's the team number 1. I think might be.
Who's team number 1? I think he has headphones on. Might be the very left racer, right?
No, right, I think.
This guy?
I think so, yeah.
Was that you? To be the second? Bist du Zweiter geworden?
I don't.
You're not quite sure. So we have to figure that out. Jardier, Luke knows. You've made it to the second place, right? Du bist Zweiter geworden, glaube ich.
I didn't hear what he said.
Oh, you didn't hear what I said because of your headphones. Did you make it to the second place, actually?
I think so. There was I only saw one car ahead of me.
Yeah, and that was Jardier, so you're the second, and that means you're the first of the audience, so you're the actual winner, and this is your applause.
Yeah!
What's your name?
Clément.
Come on, get out of the seat. Everybody get out of the seat. Thank you for racing with us. Beautiful. And of course, all of you are going to meet Jardier if you like, and have a nice little chat. That's your congratulations.
Good race, guys.
Wow, beautiful. That's really nice. Come on over. Eric is here with your voucher.
So what happened?
Guys, also we wanted to invite you at 4 p.m. at Asetek. We have a kind of meet and greet if you want to talk about sim racing or take a picture or just meet us at Asetek 4 p.m. 4 p.m.
That is pretty much it. So we'll hand out the prize. Thank you for racing with us, everybody. Thank you, Jardier. Thank you, Eric. I don't know if he hears me anymore. Coming up next on stage is going to be the
prize.
1 million club.
You just go to our booth, and then we'll take your address
and
everything.
And with Luke, so that's going to be interesting as well.
Thanks for joining.
That is all for you. Thank you so much. Andre, I already wrapped it all up. Thank you guys for being here and sharing all the information.
Of course.
See them back at the Asetek booth, and also like maybe you're going to be in front of the stage for a second to just talk to people who might have a few questions. Otherwise, 4 o'clock Asetek booth, right? Okay. Thank you so much. Thank you guys. See you soon.
smile reminds me in every single way. Your smile reminds me in every single way. Your smile reminds me of the perfect day.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo 2025. It's day 2, and we've got 2 very, very recognizable and special guests on stage with me. Of course, we've got Steve Brown here, and we've got Jimmy Broadbent. Lads, how you doing?
Yeah. Well, man, I think my mic works. Yeah, it's good. This is the busiest I've ever seen the SimExpo, so kind of crazy, but yeah, really cool to be back here finally.
Well, yeah, let's start with that. What do you think? Obviously, you guys have been around sim racing for a hell of a long time, back when there may have been 25 people at SimRacing Expo to this.
Well, it used to be like a LAN party where you just sort of sit around, eat pizza, and that was it. And you can still eat pizza here if you want, but seeing all the stalls here, amount of people that are interested in sim racing, it's kind of mad because I've always just seen it as like a little hobby, and you see it all as this tangible mess of businesses now. It's insane.
Yeah, I think even 10, 15 years ago, sim racing wasn't a huge thing in the world, but I think increasingly it's getting much bigger, much more recognized. Loads of companies now getting involved. There's good competition. I think it's really good for sim racing.
Yeah, it's always been this this buzz statement of it's a niche within a niche, right? And it just isn't that anymore. It's his own standalone esport. Well, it's standalone hobby, I guess.
Now, I always say that, right? Because you've got racing, which is already a niche if you're not an F1 fan. Then you've got racing games, and then you've got sim racing. So like you're quite far in the rabbit hole. But I always find nowadays actually that the sim racing titles are more popular than maybe like the more arcade titles. But I don't know, maybe that's just my opinion from the inside. Who knows?
Well, let's get on to the topic at hand. So first of all, congratulations, lads. Both of you hit 1 million subscribers on YouTube, which is unbelievable.
Thank you.
I'm not sure when you started that you thought that was even possible with sim racing specifically, but what made you start content creation?
Yes, I mean, I started in 2011, long time ago. Really, if anything, I was having some great races online. If anything, it was just for me to watch back. I didn't really expect anyone to want to watch it, but then quite quickly, you gain some traction, you get viewers. Then you realize, actually, there are quite a lot of people out there who enjoy this kind of content. It was Forza Motorsport back in the day, back in 2011 for me. But really, it was just a little bit of a passion project. I liked editing and creating a story, and it was something for fun. And never intended it to become a job. That came true in 2018, so it took 7 years of just messing around, really. But yeah, in the beginning, it was just pure passion. Yeah, still try and continue it in that way, but yeah, it's not working at all. Oh, okay. But yeah, it was really just a passion project for me.
We just got the longest answer ever, and I don't think the stream heard it, and then we just got the shortest answer for the stream, so yeah, lovely.
Hello? Well, there you go. Hi, guys. Sorry. Yeah, what was the question about how you started sim racing, or how it started the YouTube channel?
Thanks for watching, everybody.
Basically, I started my channel back in 2012, and I just did it as a way to show my mates, like, hey, look at this cool racing game I'm playing, and none of them cared. None of them cared at all.
Hold on, you got friends?
I did. That was the moment, like, right, cool. I'm going to go full incel. But no, it was, from then on, I just got more and more into racing, and I started just, I watched guys like, any of you guys know Empty Box? Any of you guys remember him?
The GOAT.
No, probably not. But I watched him. I watched GP Laps as well, who's here somewhere. And I thought, man, I'm going to rip off their idea and do it myself. And just started making videos, and for some reason, people watched them. And it's just continued from there, basically.
Yeah, at what point did you realize that it could be more than a hobby? Or maybe you've not figured that out yet, to be fair.
It's a hard question to answer. I think I remember going to an event in New York for Forza Motorsport. This is 2017. There's a guy called the Slap Train. He was one of the first guys within, let's say, racing games to get to 1 million subscribers. He did it a few years before that. And at the time, I didn't expect it, or I didn't think it could become a job. But he kind of reassured me that, if you do the right things, you put the right work in, it can definitely become a job. So to hear that from him, he was the first guy to kind of do it, to get a big following in racing games. I think from then I kind of believed it. It's still obviously quite difficult after that. Obviously, there's a big financial aspect. I had a job beforehand. You've got to have some financial security with YouTube before you want to leave your job fully. But it's a combination of those two things, the financial security of it, but then I think the words from Slap Train just say, you know what, you can do it. Just do the right things and you'll make it.
I'll be honest, I reached out to him many years ago as well, and he was the only like big dog in terms of numbers, and one of the nicest people ever with reply, which is always good.
Who? I didn't hear what you said. I can't hear
Slap Train.
Okay, yeah, old Slappers. Yeah, I remember him. We were asking about, like, I didn't hear the question at all. I can't hear anything up here.
This is going fantastic. No, when did you realize it become more than a hobby?
Okay, I mean, so I used to work like part-time at a supermarket, like at night, stacking shelves. So which was fine, you know, paid the bills. And then I was doing like I used to play like Gran Turismo 3 on stream. And I remember thinking to myself, man, this month I've made more than I made stacking shelves at night, which is actually pretty good money, but pretty depressing. And I thought, well, you know what? This 1 month is all I need for proof that I can do it, which is a really bad idea because you shouldn't do that. You should have like a few months of knowing you can do it. But I sent it anyway, and I just never looked back from there. And I think as long as you're consistent and you're prepared to put in, it's quite a lot of hours working as a YouTuber. I think a lot of you guys maybe see the result and think, oh, it's only a half-hour video, but you don't see like the 2 hours of research, like the 3 hours of filming and messing up 400 times, and then, oh, my Premiere doesn't want to work, so I can't edit this properly. And then by the time you got to the end of it, one video is 8-9 hours, plus all the other stuff around it as well. So if you're prepared to work for it and you really want it, it can definitely work, you know?
Obviously, your numbers are massive. Is there any point where you've just gone, what is happening here? Like, is there any specific point that blew your mind in terms of those expectations?
I mean, even in the beginning, I would say getting 10,000 subscribers was pretty big. Especially, I mean, that happened in 2013 sort of time. And I think back then that was kind of a huge number. I mean, always I get blown away, really, when I'm doing a live stream and 5,000, 6,000, 7,000 people are watching. I think that's a really good number. It's probably as many people are in this building right now. And even that's kind of crazy. But 1 million, when we got 1 million a couple of months ago, yeah, I mean, that was pretty nice because we got 100K in sort of 2018. So it's been a kind of long slog to get from 100 to 1 million. Took seemingly forever, but it was really nice to get there. But yeah, I mean, pretty much every time I upload a video and it gets any views, I'm kind of amazed, to be honest.
My worst defeat in sim racing was Steve getting to 1 million subscribers before me. Like, I was there counting down like, no, it's going to happen. No, I think it's really cool that there's space for us to both have that number in sim racing. We're quite a small thing still. But for me, like, it's whenever I come to an event like this, cause I kind of forget what my job is. And I come here and then like, I meet so many of you guys, and you're all so nice and so lovely. And like, oh, why do you want a picture with me for? I don't understand. Oh, it's because of that thing I do on the side, I guess. But yeah, as Steve said, I mean, I remember hitting 1,000 subscribers and thinking, man, I've made it. I'm a hero. That's it. I'm done. And then it's 10,000. There's 100,000 and 500,000, and you just like, they keep coming, and you're more like, oh, when's this going to stop? When are people going to discover that I'm just a little shed hermit? Apparently not yet. So yeah, hitting 1 million as well. I mean, it's so hard to put into context for your human brain what 1 million people look like. I mean, we've got like, I think, maybe 5,000, 6,000 here today. That's nothing compared to like the number of 1 million. I can't comprehend that. Like, it's so difficult.
It's like there's no football stadium or anything that's that size, right? So obviously lots of positives, big numbers, you get to amazing opportunities. But what have been some of the struggles, over the journey of over a decade, right?
I'll go first, this one. I mean, for me, the biggest struggle is that lovely imposter syndrome. Very difficult to overcome that one, even now still. Very weird being on a stage and talking to people and thinking, why are these people here? Why do they care? But also that, and nowadays, I have a very young son, and he demands a lot of my attention, which I'm very happy to give. But it does mean that, unfortunately, I can't put in, and it is hours of practice required to be semi-decent at sim racing. Everyone's so good now. I preferred it back in the day when everyone sucked and I looked better by comparison, but now everyone's overtaken me. And I think that's the challenge. Plus, there's always pressure on you to put out the next video, the next good video. It's almost like being it's like racing. You're only as good as your last race, only as good as your last video. And I feel that a lot at the moment when you put something up, doesn't get the reception you think it's going to get, and it can be hard to come back from that sometimes.
Yeah, I agree with that completely. I think because we've been in the game so long now, I've been full-time for 7 years, you have to constantly reinvent what you're doing. It feels like you can't just completely make the same stuff over and over again. You have to keep thinking of new ideas. You have to keep remaining fresh and relevant. So there is an expectation as well just to keep delivering, which is not always easy. Consistency is quite difficult. I haven't even uploaded a video in the last month. Just lots of other things have got in the way. So it's not easy. There is an expectation, and yeah, I've not found it always easy to keep it going for a long time. I think that's probably the hardest thing, to keep it going for as long as we have done.
Well, I've managed to find my way into sim racing via like hosting and commentary and stuff. And the biggest challenge for me was to explain to my friends and family, going from like being an engineer to being on stage talking to people like yourselves. What was it like for you guys telling your family and your friends, or trying to make them understand?
I remember in the beginning when I was recording in my bedroom at my family home, doing commentary for my videos, and I could hear my dad coming up the stairs, and I would just stop because I was so embarrassed to do it. But now it's fine. My parents, my siblings, they all watch the videos. They support me. My mum's always asking when's the next racing video. She wants to watch them. So in the beginning, it was definitely tricky, but no, they support me. So I'm in a great position there. It's very nice that they watch.
Dude, I have like a similar story to that. So some of you guys might know I started my career in a shed.
By the way, until you moved out, I always thought that was a gimmick. I had no idea.
You think so? Yeah, but people say that like, oh yeah, I bet he's like really like, no, I lived in that thing. It sucks balls, guys. Like, my God, I don't want to go back there. Like, it literally was a bed in a sim rig, which if you're 20-something, like, oh, that's great. But then you're like, oh, the crippling depression. Yeah, that's good. But what I was going to say is I was, like the Gran Turismo license test, right? I was doing GT3, and there's like a very specific license test. We have a Camaro at Seattle. It's really difficult, and I was losing. I can't say the word. I was not having a good time. I was really messing up a lot. It took me like 2 hours to get by it, and my reactions to myself failing were getting more and more extreme. I'm starting to like scream and shout. And after the stream, my neighbor came round and was like, "Are you okay? I thought you were having some sort of like mental breakdown in there." I was like, "Well, that's not far from what was happening." But yeah, that's always a bit weird. But my mum's always been very supportive, but she has no idea what's going on. She's like classic older person. It's like, "Oh, I hope your friends are enjoying your racing, James." And I'm like, "Yes, they are. Thank you, Mum." But she's always been supportive, despite not really knowing what's going on.
All 1 million friends.
1 million of your friends, yes. It's kind of mad.
So you guys have got to do some amazing things in terms of obviously being at events and do meet and greets, but you've done some cool stuff off your own back in terms of charity events. With the Nürburgring 24-hour Gran Turismo race where you lost your mind during that. Do you like to talk us through a few of those challenges? That'd be fantastic.
Yeah, sure. 5 years ago, I did an event on Gran Turismo Sport. I always wanted to support the kids in the Philippines. My mum's from the Philippines. I went there once, and obviously, a much less fortunate country than where we live here. And so I did 200 laps of the Nürburgring Nordschleife in one go without any sleep. It took 30 hours from the start of the stream to the end of it. I was losing my mind for more than half of it. But we raised £25,500 for the charity, and I went there a few months after. They were building loads of classrooms, getting loads of extra equipment, that kind of thing. So it was just one of those things I really wanted to do, and the sim racing community kind of bought into it. They donated a lot of money, and it helped a lot of unfortunate people in the Philippines. So it was it's probably one of the best things I've done. I want to try and do it again. As awful as it was for me, it's good for the recipients of the money. So I'm going to try and do it again, I think, sometime soon.
Yeah, I remember watching that stream and seeing you just being like, your face like less and less, like, oh, he's descending into madness. But yeah, I mean, myself, I run a race called the Race of Mental Health. As Steve says as well, it's the most important thing I think that we do with our time. We're very lucky as YouTubers. We've had a lot given to us through that career, You know, we're doing very well off that. So I think it's very important that we also have that time to give back and do something important with the influence that we have. And we're in the 7th year now. We have the race coming up actually next month, the 15th and 16th of November. We opened the entries up yesterday. We have 400 entries, which is quite a lot. So we need to try and step that down a little bit. But so far we've raised nearly £400,000 for Mind, the mental health charity. And this year I hope if we can hit like £500,000, that'd be amazing. But we need to entice some F1 drivers in, I think, for that. So we'll see. But yeah, super important. And I think anyone who has any sort of platform, it's important to use it for a good thing as well. So that's how we do it there. So
I do want you to explain why it's 23 hours, though, because I find it so funny.
Oh yeah, so it's a 23-hour race. Meant to be a 24-hour race. But in the first year, yours truly, I was the admin, which is a terrible mistake for anyone who knows me. I am the most incompetent man of all time. So I set it up, and I forgot to put driver swaps on. So we get to the end of that, I'm like, what do we do? Oh, we'll restart the race, the 23-hour race. And from then, it's always been 23 hours. I think it sort of reflects the imperfect nature of mental health challenges as well. So why not? Keeps it quirky.
So you guys have managed to get yourself into a real car. You won a race last week, right? So let's talk a little bit about how did that come about?
Well, I think it's from Misha, really. Misha, if anyone's watched any video of the Nürburgring, you would have heard of Misha. And he really wanted to start a YouTuber team. And this was with Bilstein a couple of years ago. And he recruited us, amazingly. He got us on board. Kind of, I got the message from Jimmy, you know, do you want to be part of this race team? And so, well, racing around the Nürburgring, yes, please. I definitely want to do that. So it kind of, it took a while to sort out, you know, lots of logistical issues and things, but midway through 2023, we started racing at the Nürburgring in the NLS series in a BMW 330i, and from then it's progressed into a GT4 car, and it's just been the most incredible experience to be able to put our sim racing experience onto a real track and kind of prove that we're not just sim racers, we can actually translate that, and it shows that sim racing can be translated into reality. You can carry it across and drive successfully. So it's been the most incredible 2.5 years. We're hoping it continues into 2026. But it's been a pleasure to drive alongside Jimmy and Misha. They've both been really, really quick. And yeah, it's just been great.
Well, personally, I hate driving with you, Steve. No, it's been great. It really has. And like the biggest takeaway from it, honestly, I know a lot of you sim racers, you're all frustrated racing drivers, right? You all want to go racing in real life. And it was exactly the same for me. Like, I wanted it for many, many years and managed to do it. But the value of it, you cannot understate it, because I went to the ring and within about 3 or 4 laps, about the same pace as Misha, despite never driving there in real life, only doing it in sim, because I just knew where I was going. You know, and it's so valuable. And you know, we often get referred to as the influencer team there, but not in a nice way. Which I don't know why I do that. It's a bit of a shame. But I think we've shown up as what are 3 YouTubers and a pro driver, and embarrassed a lot of people who have basically gone in as like, oh, we're the rich businessmen. We're doing this for years, and that's because we've come from sim. So I genuinely believe the fastest driver in the world is in a sim rig right now, and will never get the chance to be in a real car, which is a real shame, I think.
Yeah, that's a really, really good point. It's also a lot more accessible, right? What have been the biggest challenges? Obviously, we love the positives. The numbers are great. You get to drive real race cars, win races. But what have been the biggest struggles?
I think, honestly, the balance is really hard, because a race weekend isn't just turn up for the race. You turn up 2 days early, you do testing, you go home a day later, and that's 5 days out of a YouTube schedule. And as a YouTuber, that's huge. I mean, it sounds like a very first world problem, but that is, time management is really difficult. And also, in my first year, because I raced in a Praga series before I went to NLS, is the expectation to do well. People think you're going to jump in and be great. And I wasn't the first couple of races. I was kind of terrified. So you have that, and yeah, I mean, you become a little bit of a target as well for a lot of people. People want to race you because, we want to race the YouTuber. But to be honest, it's easy. You can easily forget all that when you're behind the wheel, and you just get into it. I think so. It's not so bad.
Yeah, I mean, I love racing, and I love being part of the team. There's like some political issues sometimes. Sometimes some elements of the setup of the car with all tires and stuff. There's lots of complications, much more than you might see in the videos. But I think one of the things is, I lost my train of thought there. That's the thing. We're racing, but we're also content creators. So racing is mentally taxing on its own, but having to sort of think about the content. I mean, we're not literally driving and thinking, right, should I dive bomb this guy for the video? We're not really thinking of it in that sense. Maybe Jimmy does. But there's definitely a massive logistical issue with getting camera people there, making sure the story's right, the narrative, and what if the race is boring? Like, you have to think about the content side of it, because that's why we're there in the first place. So it's a good thing that we're content creators and we can make a career from it, but it's also the difficulty of it.
You just mentioned there that some people give you a bit of stick and you maybe act like you don't belong there. How have you dealt with that?
To be honest, with that, Misha...
Winning helps, by the way.
Yeah, I say Misha is like, he does not hold back. if people are giving him stuff, he won't hold back. I mean, for us, we just do it on track, you know? Like, we've had not to blow our own trumpet, but as a influencer team, we've gone to the ring, we've finished no lower than second this season, and with 0 damage to the car at a Nürburgring, you know? Like, and I think sometimes you have to just like let that speak for itself, despite the fact I'm now spelling it out. Ignore that. But it's no different to being like on YouTube. You can quite easily lose yourself in comments, because there's like, I'm very fortunate that you guys are very kind to me in my comments. I get like 99 good comments to one bad one. But you always look at the bad one and then go, oh, why doesn't this guy like me? What have I done? And I think you just have to make sure you're prepared to sort of put up a little bit of that mental wall. Otherwise, it can be troubling.
Yeah, I used to let those comments affect me. I used to read them all the time back in the day, back in the past. But I think now I've read them so many times. It doesn't really affect me now. I think as long as I'm trying to do the right thing, I'm trying to make entertaining content. I'm trying to do it in a way that is approachable for adults and kids. And because I'm trying to do the right thing, if someone says something really negative, I know that it's not true. I just already know that. So I don't really think about it too much. There is an amazing feature on YouTube, which is called hide user from channel. So if someone says something really bad, you just hide them. They don't know they've been hidden, but they can comment, but no one can see their comment. So there's things you can do. But to be honest, yeah, we've got to a point now, we've been in the game long enough, we've seen the comments, there's nothing really that can get you now.
To real racing specifically, I remember the video when you first drove onto the grid at the Nürburgring with the audio, and you could just tell how excited you were, and you were quite emotional as well, right? But what were the highlights for you as well?
Yeah, I mean, I've had some moments on the track where, I think it was last year during one of the qualifier races for the N24, I was heading down towards Friedenkreuz, one of the fast corners on the track, and the sun was setting at this point, and I just had a moment, I thought, I'm at work right now. This is really cool. I used to work in an office, in a warehouse, like 10, 15 years ago. And it was just such a change, such a career change to now be in a GT4 car around the Nürburgring. So I've had those moments. And then, in the garage as well, much like today when we're at our stands, plenty of people coming up to us and just saying, thank you for making the content. I've just got into sim racing, or I've just got into motorsport. That's just always amazing. That's always incredible to hear, because I just make a video. I don't really think too much of it sometimes. But if someone watches it and wants to get into racing, that's always really good to hear.
I mean, yeah, similar to Steve. Like, I've had moments going down the back straight of the ring, and you look to the right-hand side, and the sun sets behind the castle, and you're there like, this is pretty fucking great. I'm not going to lie, it's an amazing moment. But for me, you mentioned it, I had the privilege to drive to the grid for the N24 in 2024. And one coming through the crowd, there's so many people there. And I remember just coming through the GP circuit and looking up at the stand. And as I drove by, like, I think it was a group of like 3 or 4 people stood up with a Bilstein flag and started cheering at me. I just like, I cried. I was like, they're here for us. And for me, like being a racing driver, as I say, it's always like the childhood dream. And you think, man, this is, I'm in it. I'm in the dream now. And I think it's important to remember that what we're doing is incredibly privileged and incredibly fortunate. And when you have those moments of realization, yeah, it kind of hits you like a ton of bricks.
It's completely different, right? So you have that online. They are cheering for you online, but you can't visually see it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, online you have loads of people there, but they're just, it sounds horrible, they're just like a bit of text in a chat. But when you see a physical person there reacting, it changed everything. It really does. Yeah, it's a very nice memory for me, and I'm glad to have it on camera as well.
Well, we've spoken about your journey so far, but what does the future hold for you two?
So at the moment, I've just moved house. I've just bought a house for the first time, so I've just focused on that for the time being. But I think there's another level with YouTube. I mean, we've reached 1 million subscribers. That's a big milestone, especially in sim racing. But I think there's more from me to come. I think I don't think I've released my best video yet. I think there's better streams to come. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to take shape, but I know that there's more years of Super GT content out there. So I feel ready to kind of start again almost. After I hit 1 million, I kind of took a break. I think it took so many years of hard work, long days, so I thought it was a deserved time off. But I'm going to come back again and just really push, get back to kind of where my best content will be once again.
You know, Steve and I are so opposite in how like we deal with things. Like I just like freeball it all. I've never ever had a plan. I just make a video and go, yeah, maybe that'll work. I don't know. What comes next? I mean, I would love to do more racing in the real world. I think hopefully we'll be doing some more. We'll see. But if not, like I love sim racing still. You know, I'll still get in there. I love the idea of getting into endurance racing. I just need time to practice, honestly. But also, I would love to indoctrinate my son into sim racing. He has no chance. He's going straight in a rig. Like, before he can walk in the rig, you're going to learn to drive. But yeah, I guess just that and continuing to enjoy our hobby.
Well, more memey questions, I guess, from your community. So first of all, where did the mint color come from? And for you, and I watch Gran Turismo content all the time, and there's, even when you're not racing, R4M. It's like a clan tag, right, for them. Where did these things come from?
I guess I'll answer first. So the sort of minty whole thing, I mean, people think it started in Euro Truck Simulator. I used to have this like, basically I used to get really drunk and play Euro Truck Simulator and like blast hard base whilst driving around this truck and just destroying these poor AI families in their cars. Anyway, yeah, don't do that. But it actually came from when I started iRacing a long time ago. And I wanted to be noticed on circuits, so I had a bright, I called it the toothpaste livery. It was like bright mint and like bright pink. So I was like, good, you've seen me. Now you're not going to crash into me, right? And ever since then, I've just held on to it because it's quite cool, like it's recognizable, and I think it looks pretty sweet as well. So that's where it came from.
I've got to say, your GT Omega rig does look very nice in the mint color. But yeah, I think like when you're creating content, I mean, I don't always seem like I have much humor in me, but it does come out, and it's not really planned, but sometimes I'll just say stupid stuff, and it just sticks, and people really like it. You know, the Shadow Realm kind of joke is just kind of, everyone kind of says it.
Hello, viewers.
Yeah, you know, there's all these little lines, little sayings that kind of just stick. The R4M thing, I needed a new clan tag or a new account. My normal account is F4H, that's the clan I was in. So I thought I'd stylize one similar. R4M spells RAM if the 4 is an A. And it was really just a joke on the whole ramming aspect of online racing, which, you know, it can be very annoying, it can be quite funny. I think lots of people like to watch that kind of content on YouTube, and it's some of my popular videos are because of rammers, so I can thank them for what they do. But yeah, it was really just a bit of a joke. I think eventually, on PSN, on PlayStation Online, I think there's 800 accounts with the R4M tag. So a lot of people have kind of taken upon this joke and made their own accounts.
It's not just casuals, though. Like, you see some of the big major races on Gran
Yeah.
Turismo, and you see that.
A lot of the esports level players have their second account as an R4M account, so I'm quite honoured about that.
Oh, fantastic stuff. Again, gents, thank you very much for your time. Hopefully you enjoyed that here at the arena and watching at home. In about half an hour's time, we will have Giants up here talking about their latest software, so make sure that you stick around for that. Yeah, have a good time.
Thanks, guys.
Hi everybody, welcome back right here in front of the stage and in the broadcast of SimRacing Expo. We're coming up next with Giant Software. They are right here on the fair with the Project Motor Racing title and the Farming Simulator. And learn more about that from Community Manager Benjamin Guller right after this video.
Hello and thank you. I'm Benny from Giant Software. We as a publisher will bring out Project Motor Racing this November 25. And today I'm here to show you some of the newest stuff we have, trailers, and just want to talk about the game. And of course, later I will also talk about Farming Simulator, because Giant Software is known for Farming Simulator. And that's why we're also here, want to show you what's new in there too. But first of all, we want to have a look at Project Motor Racing. Yeah, Project Motor Racing is a cooperation project. Straight 4 Studios is our developer, and we as Giant Software are the publishers. So we make sure that the game will get to you. And it will start on the November 25, as I told you. We will come out on consoles and on PC as well. And we will have at start for launch multiplayer, single player, and a lot more. I will talk about that more, but first let's have a look into our multiplayer trailer, because I know there are a lot of people out there that love multiplayer when it comes to sim racing, so I want to show you how it looks like.
Project Motor Racing's ranked online, we don't just want to simulate the race. We want to simulate the pre-race butterflies in your stomach, the elation when it all comes together, and the agony when you know you zigged when you should have zagged. To gain access to ranked online racing, you'll first be asked to complete a license test, inspired by real-world regional international competition procedures, and for the same reason, to ensure drivers on the grid know what they're doing. Don't worry if you fail right away, you can always try again. Your license test results will give you an initial driver rating, a simple 0 to 100 tag that combines both cleanliness and finishing position into one easy-to-understand number. This rating, that will change based on your results throughout your online career, is used to sort you into races with rivals of a similar skill level. So far, nothing new. But here's where we're doing things a little differently. As racers, we all know that GT4 cars are not even close to the same thing as Group C prototypes, which is why you'll be assigned a driver rating for every car class in Project Motor Racing, so that no matter what you race, you'll be seated appropriately. This means you can, as in real racing, be a GT legend while also being a relative rookie in prototypes. Your career, your choice. Focus on mastering just one discipline, or try mastering them all. It's up to you. Ranked races are all part of month-long championships for each car class. Your 2 best races from each week count towards your championship standing, with the points scored based not only on your finishing position, but how strong your opponents are. Pull an all-nighter to farm wins against easy opponents? Come on now. Hit a couple of different win milestones, and you also unlock access to special championships, crossplay cups, and endurance races reserved for PMR's most experienced drivers. No esports contracts here. No NDAs you gotta sign. It's all built right into the sim. We're not the first to take online racing seriously. We know that. But we're excited to launch a no-subscription online ranked career within Project Motor Racing. You up for the challenge?
Yeah, that's it. Project Motor Racing will release directly with a whole multiplayer and a ranked system. So I can tell you something about all of these. We will have no subscription fee, as mentioned in the video. You can start directly by buy to play, and that's what we're here for. We're looking for competitive gaming as well. So we will have race weekends, we will have endurance races for sure, and a lot of opportunities to play the game as you like it. For the whole multiplayer, I want to say you can have hands-on here live at SimRacing Expo if you go over there to our booth. We will have it the whole day and tomorrow as well, the option to play GTR-free races at the Nürburgring, and there you can try out for the first time the multiplayer of Project Motor Racing. But for sure, we have already mentioned single player is also a thing for Project Motor Racing. We integrated a single player because we know there are a lot of people that likes to play multiplayer and likes the challenge, but they also want to do the challenge on their own and their speed and whatever. So we made sure we have a carrier mode as well in the game, which brings a lot of stuff because you create your carrier like you want. So there's a whole system, you know it from other simulation games. You try to find out what you're looking for. If you're a good racer, you can talk to the sponsors in-game in the carrier mode and ask them for a lot of money. So you get the better cars, and then you have to drive the better tracks and be very good. But if you also want to play the game on your speed, on your limits, then you can try it with less support and go on. So there are a lot of options for Project Motor Racing when it will come out. We will go out with over 70 cars, over 10 race classes, as mentioned in the video. We will have a lot of history in there, back to 50 years, but also the new hypercars, LMP-H, or stuff like GTR-free, what you already know from a lot of other games. So there's a lot of in there, 27 race tracks. We scanned them all, and we will have the classics, Nordschleife for you in Germany, Nürburgring, and the combination 24 hours race is also included. Yeah. A lot to looking forward for. We really appreciate the work together with Straight 4, and we're looking forward to the release. If you want to get hands-on here at the SimRacing Expo, you have a lot of opportunities at our booth and our partners like Fanatec or Thrustmaster. Yeah, but that's it. I'm not only here for Project Motor Racing because we brought this big yellow tractor over here, the JCB, and there is like something similar to racing because it's one of the fastest tracks. That's where the name comes from. So have a look if you haven't seen it. It's a big deal. And now I will show you and introduce you to Farming Simulator as well. Maybe some of you guys know about this. We have a great community, a big community, and I want to show you more about that. But first, let's have a look into our cinematic trailer from last year.
All around the world, farmers know farming is an art. Like life, we know it can be hard. And it can be surprising, too. But sometimes it's about being at the right place at the right time. A wise man once said that the best lessons are learned under the wide open sky. I think the same thing can be said about our art. Yeah, it can be messy, but it's always beautiful. So beautiful it can help you see yourself and the world in all new ways. In the art of farming, the soil is the canvas, the seeds are the paint, and the harvest is the masterpiece.
Hey, this is pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty darn good. Is it missing something?
Yeah, that's the Farming Simulator 25 that released last year, and we are now very close to our first expansion, Highlands Fishing, that will take place in the Scottish Highlands. And I want to talk about this a bit, but first of all, who knows about Farming Simulator? Any players? I saw already one. So the thing is, now we're going more into sim racing with Project Motor Racing, as I've mentioned before. And a good deal is that we are very good in integrating vehicles, like these big JCB. They are looking like in the exact way you know them from the fields or from the agriculture work, like in game. And that's the same with our brand new cars and cars you already know from racing games. So we are very good in integrating those things, and both games are on the same engine. So we use our own engine, Giants engine. It's the 10th version, and it makes sure that everything is like calculated on spot, if it comes to racetracks or if it comes to field work. So there's a lot of things we can learn from each games to be good at it. But yeah, let's talk about a bit of Highlands Fishing. It's a new edition, so if you haven't played the game or you're maybe looking for something relaxing after driving a lot of hot laps, then maybe this is the right thing for you. Farming Simulator is more like a relaxed game. You play in your time and your speed. And that's why I want to show you the Highlands Fishing Edition. So that's the base game and our new expansion together for a good price. And this will come out November 4th. So if you have like some downtime before Project Motor Races releases, let's get hands on this. So yeah, Highlands Fishing, 4th November. I have some screenshots here. We are now having a new map called Kinlake. This is the first time we decided on a map and say where it's from. So this is located in UK, obviously Scotland, and the Highlands, and the base you have there, and the options for farming. So we have an immersive world, like a sandbox game with Farming Simulator, when a game like Project Motor Racing is very on the tracks. But there you can do a lot of stuff what you like. Yeah, let's have a look to the next screenshot. I mean, a lot of people know this bridge from Scotland, well known. Just give you a bit of feeling about how the game looks like, and for that I want to show you a gameplay trailer we released a few weeks ago to get a first look for Farming Simulator Highlands Fishing. Yeah, that's it. Highlands Fishing. Now you got like a first impression how our gameplay looks like. Same engine as I told you. And I can tell you stuff about it and compare it a bit to Project Motor Racing. Because Project Motor Racing will, like we have it in Farming Simulator, have a big opportunity to do modding. So for sim racing, modding is an interesting field. And with Project Motor Racing, we will have, by day one, modding possibilities and a created mod space for user-generated content in the game. So we already have this for Farming Simulator for years, and we know about this, that it's working really well. For Farming Simulator 25, it's now like 1 year out. We already have over 4,000 mods from the community created for every player. So there are a lot of opportunities, even for Project Motor Racing, to have different options. New cars you can integrate, new licenses you can use from us to bring it in the game. And of course, options for modding on console. So this is a big plus for us when it comes to Farming Simulator and Project Motor Racing that works like on the same level. Yeah, and to give you like an overview of Farming Simulator, even there we are always cooperating with all the brands and the manufacturers. So we have the licensed products like a JCB you can see here with us in the game. So every detail looks in the game like Unreal. And that's the same for Project Motor Racing as well. So you can see it's a big fit for us to bring both games together and learn from each other. But yeah, Highlands Fishing coming soon. I'm really looking forward to you guys playing Project Motor Racing, of course. But if you want to relax after some hot laps, maybe you get hands on Farming Simulator, and the Highlands Fishing Edition brings everything together for you in November. So thank you very much. Thanks for the panel, and see you at SimRacing Expo.
Thanks so much, Benny from Farming Simulator. Super, super nice. So calming after all the racing, honestly.
Yeah, true.
I'm definitely keen to give it a shot, honestly. Everybody, make sure you walk on by, pass by at the booth over there of this beautiful giant software booth over there. Coming up next is going to be VRS. So the virtual racing school is going to be at 3 p.m. sharp. Make sure you're going to be here. Until then, see some messages of our partners. Thank you.
Thank you.
Your smile reminds me in every single way. Your smile reminds me in every single way. Your smile reminds me of the perfect day. In every single way, your smile reminds me. In every single way, your smile reminds me.
Everybody, hi. Welcome back on stage of SimRacing Expo 2025. Coming up next is VRS, and the guys asked me to gather some questions out of the audience.
Yeah, I think so.
Are we on? Oh, yeah, you are on. Sorry, I got you on my earphone. The guys asked me to gather your questions during their presentation. So whenever you have a question or feel like want to ask something, just give me a sign. I will come over, write it down, ask the guys later. So for now, please welcome from Virtual Racing School, the go-to destination for telemetry setups and driver development. Here are Alex and Ray.
Woo! Oh, that's Ray.
Hi, guys.
Hello, everybody. Thanks for coming to the SimRacing Expo. We hope that today we get to share some great content with you guys. But before we do any of that, I want to thank all the guys who've participated, been at the Expo. Thanks for having Alex and I and VRS. We have a challenge going on right now at our booth where you are more than welcome to join. Essentially, we're giving away some wheels. We want everybody to participate. And today we're going to announce our first winner before we get into our presentation. So Nathan, I'd like you to come up here. He set the fastest lap yesterday, and we're grateful that he came and joined and decided to participate. So we want to present him the wheel.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we're going to send him a nice new one. We're not going to send him the used one. But we did want to have, so you guys can see, this is the Formula Light from VRS. So you're more than welcome to come and participate. So I'm going to let him stand with the wheel, take a few photo shots.
So you run off with that one, and no one else will be able to beat your time.
All right. So again, thank you guys for being here today. We really appreciate you. At VRS, we're quite a small team. As you know, there's over 1,000+ sim racing brands and gear, and as you can see, many of them are here today for you guys to experience. So for us, we want to make sure we bring you great gear, great setups, and great things so that you can be faster, right? That's sim racing. That's what we want to bring from VRS. So right now we notice if you go out on the floor, there's quite a bit of fragmentation, right? In sim racing, you can go and buy a wheelbase. You might be able to get a set of pedals. Then you go to another company, you buy a wheel. But then what happens if you want to buy software? What happens if you want to know how fast you can drive and be the best and fastest driver on track? Not many people offer telemetry setups. We bring that as well. In addition, we have guys like Alex and his team that can make sure that you have the equipment. Now you can get the setups, but maybe you need some coaching, right? Sometimes you don't know where your limitation is. I know for myself, I'm always a second or two from the fast guys. I have limitations, so I can learn where to go and how to drive, where to brake, how well I can do those things. So we believe at VRS, we can bring all three of these things to everybody, and we can bring it in one company. So first, we have company, ideas, and results. So VRS has been around since 2016. We have 22 members. Now, I know when I first started working for VRS, the first thing I thought was, oh, there's got to be hundreds of people, right? They make wheels, they make wheelbases, they make pedals, they make a bunch of accessories, they do setups. It's got to be some massive corporation. No, we're small. We have 22 team members, but on Discord, we have over 22,000 people that chat with us, that communicate with us, that ask us questions, and many times that's many of you that end up asking us questions and have ideas and give us great feedback. So our big thing is quality over price. Can we charge you tons of money for great gear? Absolutely. But we don't believe that brings value to each and every one of you. So to get faster, we want to bring you great value, great gear at an even better price. Something that when you leave today, even today, you can get 20% off of everything that we sell. You want a new wheelbase? 20% off. You want a bundle? 20% off. You want to get everything set up today and have it shipped to your house? 20% off, on top of what we already offer. So we believe in bringing all of this synergy together, which is going to bring you results. And let's be honest, the more satisfied you are, the happier you are, the better the smile, right? And this is just some of the results you see. If my house catches fire, I'm saving my VRS pedals. I don't know about you, but I might choose something first, but hey, I agree. And again, we have tons of great feedback from people, and some of the things we see normally, I love it, it's highly recommended, it's rock solid. And that's what we want to bring to you guys. And we want to bring it again at a great value, because at the end of the day, we want you to love it too. And these are just some of the people that use us. As you guys know, you probably have seen some others. Somebody fighting for an F1 title right now uses our gear, and I think that shows just how well we bring products to each and every one of you. Let's talk a little bit about hardware. Let's be honest, coaching and telemetry is great, but you guys want to know, what do we have? Everything. And like I said, 20% off all hardware. I recommend you go on the website, you take a look, you see what it brings, and you see what you can save. So, as many of you guys know, we have the VRS Direct Force Pro 20. It's actually even cheaper than this when you go on the website, because you got the 20% off. And for many of you, you may want a wheelbase, but you don't need 20 Newton meters. We've decided to bring things like the UDFP20, which allows you to grow in steps. Next, we have our world-class pedals, and look at that price. I think that's absolutely amazing for a 3-pedal set, starting at $478. So a set of pedals that many have raved about in the community that they believe is just some of the best in class. And again, going back to our UDFP20, you can see all the stages here. I know for many people, starting at 6, I've had 5 separate wheelbases before I got the DFP20. I went through Fanatec, through Moza, all the way up to VRS, and I had to buy and sell each and every one. With VRS, you start out at 6, you can jump to 9, you can start out at 20 and never upgrade, but you get that flexibility. We don't limit the base outside of the Newton meters. Everything else you get at 100%. So it's, I think, a great value for each and everybody. Next, we have our recently released DFP15 that, again, with 20% off, is a great sale. It brings you 15 Newton meters of peak torque, and our holding torque is insanely great. So we think it's a great value. It's very compact.
No longer you have to deal with the controller. You just mount it to your base, plug it in, and you're ready to race. Next up, we have our brand new R295. This wheel has been loved by so many. It's at our setup now for everybody to try. It works through SimHub. You can use all the great plugins. You can use telemetry. It's got 4 thumb encoders, funky knobs, rotary knobs, all types of feedback at $349, and with 20% off, it's $280. So something I think I'd love to see everybody try because we think it brings incredible value. And again, the 20% off also works on all of our bundles. So any bundle that you were to go and select today, you'll be able to get that 20% off, which again, I think just brings value and saves you quite a bit of money. And these are the different bundles you can buy. And again, we have you can set up payment plans with many of this as well. So for some, maybe buying it outright may not be the best option, but you can do that as well. We have our QR solution. We do think that data and power pass-through is incredibly important at VRS. So we're leaning heavy into making sure your wheels are extremely compatible. If you were to come over to our station, you'd actually see right now that we're running the VPG Porsche wheel right on our base with no wires. Everything is done internally. You just mount our QR, put it on the base, and you drive. There's no need to plug it into your PC. You just drive. It connects to SimHub. It has all the great features that you know and love, and you don't have to sacrifice anything to use it. So we think that, again, that's a really good way to go. And lastly, you can go ahead and scan this QR. You don't even have to go drive. We'd love for you to come over, but if you want to be entered to win a wheel, go ahead and scan the QR. We're going to pick a random winner. So we've got 3 people. We're going to choose who are the fastest drivers each and every day. That'll get a free wheel, and then anybody can win the 4th one. So we do want you guys to participate. Again, we think it's a great way to get a wheel. Next, I'm going to turn it over to Alex. He's going to talk about the VRS virtual racing tools.
Yeah, hi guys. Good to be here. And I want to say on a personal note, very proud to be representing VRS here today. Some of you may know me from Apex Racing, and I'm just glad the partnership has developed to a point where I can be up here representing VRS. So, virtual racing tools. What's the best way to start, right? VRS have been providing data pack and coaching service for probably longer than any other provider in sim racing. I certainly remember back in the early days, 2016, when there's just kind of nothing really to help people develop, build setups, customize them, teach them how to go fast apart from really complicated tools. And VRS really revolutionized just this really easy to use web interface that I think probably a lot of you use and a lot of teams use to really help develop internally within the team as well as individually as well. So the telemetry software, obviously the real priority for what the team wanted to build was something that was really easy to use as well. So no longer do you need like Motec or some sort of adapters or anything like that. Just run our telemetry logger and bang, you've got everything straight there, easy to use, compare against your own time or compare against some of our coaches' times as well. Again, the web interface gives you a nice, easy place for you just to store all your websites, store all your setups, sorry. There's a catalog of all of our coaches' data that's there, as well as all of yours as well. So quite proud to keep everything there as that kind of like archive that you can go back. It's always worth having, some historical data. There's always like a random spa setup from, a couple of seasons ago that you think that might be my sweet spot. You can always rely on VRS to store that setup for you, or even a replay file that you want that you might have deleted or something like that. All that we want to really try and do with the coaching services is just to make iRacing at the moment. We'll come on to some bits in a moment, particularly, more enjoyable experience for you guys. We know that building setups to race in the open sets can be tricky, can be time consuming as well. So part of what we want to do is to give you access to some really easy to use setups, and then also some more sort of finely tuned, maybe sort of more elite setups, but they're kind of there. There's a catalog ready for you to jump into, so you can just enjoy the sim and those open setup series, kind of like what iRacing really intended you for without having to put hours worth of practice in. So you can really have that fun. Talking about, obviously, learning from the telemetry as well. So we have, obviously, lots of coaches, over, I think it's over 50 coaches now that are constantly providing data pack services. And yeah, it's really easy for you to study the telemetry against our coaches or against your teammates as well through the online platform. When you, obviously, you're running the data logger, you are downloading all of your, you're looking at all your data. You know exactly that sort of process that you can kind of rinse and repeat each week. So you do your practice, you know the coach's data is going to be there ready for you as well. So you can study, you can analyze, you can look at all the tutorials, you can download, and away you go. Just that regular service is just kind of always there for you. What we've also introduced is a brand new app that's going to be available from today, and new features are going to be coming all the time. One of the things we constantly get asked about is, I don't want to go to the website to download the setup. One of the tools we've been working on, I'm happy to present one SimRacing tool. In beta at the moment, there's a release candidate coming out very, very soon, and that's going to be an automatic downloader. So no longer do you have to go to the website to download your setups. You can just run our new One SimRacing tool. Immediately, our catalog of setups are there available to you. And I'm also happy to say it's not just for the VRS coaches packs, but also our partner packs that are on with VRS as well. So the Apex Racing ARA and the Simify as well will work too. Just before I move on to coaching, I just wanted to point out as well, there's one other thing that will be available on the One SimRacing tool, which we're working on. So sorry for skipping the slide a bit early. And that is, we're doing live overlays as well. So the coach's data can become a heads-up display so that you can study the data almost like in a future sense. So you can see the telemetry going up. So you have that live preview of whether the coach is or if you're braking at the same time as the coach, when they're getting on the gas, how far offline you are. And that's a direct comparison. Again, that will work across all of our coaching services and add-on packs as well. Talking a little bit about the coaches, obviously we're really happy that I think we provide by far the most amount of data pack services out there as well. So 50 plus coaches now that you can book for one-to-one coaching, and there's just a really simple interface to do that on the website. And yeah, so any of your favorite coaches that you might want to do, you can do that, or you can reach out to us through our Discord service and say, well, specifically I'm struggling this particular track, this particular car, maybe in the rain or the dry or an endurance setup, and we will work out which is the best coach, and we'll book that session for you, and so you absolutely have, you know, the right coach for what you need. We've found that with our coaching sessions as well, pretty much 93% of people are coming back saying they make such a vast difference as well, and it's important that you go in with the right mentality. But if you really want to learn from a quick coaching session, then there's no easier way to do it than just book straight onto the website. So we cater for all skills as well, so for the beginning, advanced, professionals. So if you're new to sim racing, we can start by looking at more fundamentals, like making sure the seating positions are right, the pedals are set up correctly, your sim settings are all configured right, because there's obviously a lot to be done just to get prepared, you know, for someone who's new. And then we can start go on and talk about some of the basic sort of techniques where we can then, you know, get probably a little bit more of advanced coach, and we can start to really dive into looking at the data, teaching you guys how to study data to take that away, use the service just a little bit better, and learn on your own as well. And we'd like to think that we have decent pros out there that are actually going to push things really to that next level, so that you've got that kind of mentality to become a pro yourself. I know from my personal experience, like we've taken people all the way from sort of junior ranks all the way to sort of world championship level drivers. So there's definitely that sort of capability there. One-to-one coaching sessions, they're starting from $29.99 for the hour as well. And we also have Team VRS as well, which is like a weekly group coaching session that you can join, learn as a group of friends. You can all work together. We can help tweak and fine-tune setups for you as well. So a really great service to pass them back to Ray. But thank you very much.
All right, so we all know you want to know about, and we'll get to your questions as soon as we get to the end. You guys want to know about like what's coming in the future, right? You know what we have now. You can test the rigs, you can test the products, but you really want to know what's coming next. So today, we've been allowing people to test what we call our next-gen force feedback. Now, many of you have asked, hey, are you guys going to have this type of feedback? Are you going to have telemetry-based force feedback? We want to take it further. Having just telemetry-based force feedback, what that does is that allows you to get telemetry-based, but it brings latency with it. So the more you add telemetry-based, the more you're going to have that latency. Now, we know when you drive, some of the things you're going to experience when you use it is you're going to be disconnected from the car. Anybody who sim races knows that's not what you want, and that's not ideal for any sim racer. As a coach, he'll tell you, you want to feel one-to-one with the car. Our next-gen firmware allows you to add prediction filters that also decrease the latency and allows you to get all of the feedback that you guys are expecting from a car, feeling the weight, feeling the slip angle, feeling all the things that you think are great for the car, but reducing that latency to practically zero. We'd love for you to give it a test drive. We've got plenty of alpha testers that are testing it today. All the feedback we've been getting, they've been raving about. And again, we'd love for you to go over and check it out. So again, we'll answer questions about that shortly, but that's one of the things we're bringing, and that'll be coming really soon. The next thing that we're bringing, and for some, they may understand what this is. We've, again, leaned into data and power pass-through. We want to make sure that you can connect your third-party wheels to our bases, similar to the VPG wheel, and just connect it, wire it, and be done. On our current iteration of our QR, it currently has a Pico 1.25 connection. For some of you, you might not know what that is. Well, we decided to make it easier. Just about everybody in here knows what a USB-C cable is. You can take it from your wheel, plug it right into the QR, attach the QR, and it just works. So the idea is we want to make sure, especially for people like me who do DIY, we want to make sure that at the end of the day, that you guys can connect your wheels. Next, we're definitely bringing out round rims. Many people have asked us, hey, I do rally, I do NASCAR, I do all these different things. So our goal is to bring these great products to you all so that, again, you have the wheel that you want and you can do the driving you want regardless of what sim that you're playing. I know some people do Richard Burns Rally, some people do NASCAR. We want to make sure we meet everybody where they are and, again, bring that great value. Next, we're going to talk about our extensions, which we have on display here. We have some prototypes, which will make it much easier to connect your wheelbase currently, add the extension, and you'll be able to add third parties as well. Moving on to the last few slides, we do have some brand new pedals I have here that you guys can see the silhouette of. The goal is to bring these pedals out so that you guys will, again, get great value, a great feel, great pedals. I wish I could tell you more, but I guarantee you when you see them, you'll absolutely fall in love with them. So we have quite a few things coming, base plates, reverse mounts, haptic motors, damper kits, all kinds of things that we think you're going to absolutely enjoy. And again, we've partnered up with Vero Motion because we think adding all of these places in a one-stop shop for all of you just makes your life easier. You can get the gear you want so you can be ready to get faster. So with that, I'll say thank you and move on to any questions.
Yes, over here, I got a question for you. Maybe I'll hand you the microphone and you can just ask it yourself.
Hi, I was just wondering what game is based around what platform game is for all the coaching and the telemetry?
Sure.
Is it iRacing or other games?
Yeah, sure. It's iRacing at the moment, but I'm working quite heavily behind the scenes. And I think the next platform that we're going to introduce is going to be LMU. So a bit of an exclusive scoop. But yeah, for now, iRacing. but that's going to be our next.
Okay, are there further more questions over here? Over here. Wait, I'm coming to you.
I want to know, is there going to be a replica wheel of a real car or not?
So I can tell you at VRS, we're looking into all of those things. And the idea is to bring value to you, right? Some of the replica wheels can be very expensive. Our goal is to make you faster, and to bring you great products at a great value. But we are looking into all of those types of things. What types of wheels, which ones are best for our consumers. And we ask people like yourself, get on our Discord community. We do a lot of polls. Tell us what you want, and we can get that to our teams to take a look at.
Is there any you want? What was there? Is there a particular wheel?
Not particularly, but with the hypercar regulations being very popular and Le Mans Ultimate coming as well to the data you're saying, then I think I would really like to have a hypercar wheel with a nice dash on it.
Okay. Yeah, good.
I agree.
Further more questions over there. Okay, coming.
Hello, I have a question about force feedback. Which model do you have? Own model, developed model, or you have bought maybe some software like Asatec from SimQ? Is it your own development, or can you?
I mean, can you repeat that?
Yeah, you said that again, sorry.
Force feedback model, is it your development, or you have bought from SimQ maybe,
No.
like Asatec?
It is all our development. So the next gen force feedback that you try is developed by our own engineers to leverage our wheelbases. We're looking into a lot of different force feedback because him being a coach, him competing at high levels, we want to make sure the coaches are able to test all of them so that we can make sure the goal is not to be like everybody else, it's to be better, right? And how do we get there? We push the envelope further. So I would say if you have a chance, come on over, take it for a test drive, and then, test everybody else. But I think when you test our next gen force feedback, you'll really like it. And the great thing is, because you can tweak it to yourself right in our software, you can add more damping, you can add more filters, which again, adding those filters in our next gen force feedback, you will not see the latency that you do with some others. I'll say that.
Thank you for the question. Some more over there coming. Wait. This is almost sports.
Well, the next gen feedback, will it also implement it for the older type bases with the Mitch system or only the newer types?
Both.
Both?
Yeah.
So when I have the old base, I get the new firmware package and I can also take care of that and work with it and learn how to use it.
Correct.
Not
So-
only for the new bases.
Exactly. So what our plan is we're going to take the next gen force feedback and it's coming to all of our equipment. Then we're going to do a podcast. I'll be hosting the engineers on a VRS podcast to explain how it works. Because I will tell you, as a layman, I know a little about sim racing. I love sim racing. But when they start explaining Newton meters and ripple effects and cogging and things like that, I kind of get a little lost. So the goal is to do a podcast to explain all of it. We're going to go over the software. The software updates have a lot more options to enable all these features. And then we're going to explain it in layman's and detail form, and then you'll be able to tweak it. And the great thing is we do have our Discord community, so you can get on and say, hey, I messed around with this, I changed this, I like it this way. What we have seen, currently we're testing it on iRacing, and we're testing it in iRacing 60 hertz. You can run it in 360, you can run it in LMU, you can run it in ACC, you can run it in AC, you can run it in R Factor. Every software that's out there, you can run the new predictive next-gen feedback, and I guarantee you'll absolutely love what you feel, especially when you tweak it to yourself.
Any more questions over here? Do I see hands? Nothing. Okay, so my last question would be then, have you guys something to add?
I mean, I just want to say thank you for everyone that's turned up at the booth over the last couple of days. We've had such amazing feedback for the equipment that we've brought, and yeah, it's just good to hear all the stories of everyone using the pedals and still how loved all the equipment is. So yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Yeah, we appreciate having you all come. If you have questions for us, no matter what it is, please reach out to us, whether it be here, whether it's on our Discord or anywhere else. And I do want to piggyback off of one thing that he said when he mentioned the coaching. I know it can be very, very intimidating to know where to start. Coaching is for people like me who I've hit a plateau, I don't know where to go. I ask them, how do I get past it? If you're a beginner and you know nothing, great place to start. And if you're a pro, we help you there as well.
That being said, let me remind you of there's another wheel to be won, right, at your
Yes.
booth. So just head over to the guys and have fun on the wheels. Like VRS Racing, thank you so much for being
Thank you.
here and
Thank you.
giving us such a nice brief insight of your company. Everybody, coming up next, there's going to be the SimRacing Round Table with Kunos, PMR, iRacing, Rennsport, and LMU. Looking forward to that. It's going to be a nice little
Well done, Ray,
fight
you nailed that.
on stage. It's going to be at 4 p.m. See you then. And
Yeah,
until
well done,
then,
Ray. Very
see
good,
some
very good.
messages of our partners. Thank you, guys.
He's the best guy. He's only there to basically watch me crash and burn. Oh, how are you, man? I've talked to you in about 3 years. How you keeping? How's what do you call it? How's my Glansky and everything doing? Come on over here. Yeah. He's piloting now. Do you know he's like a second level black belt? Oh yeah, don't mess with him. And then I love Steve Dunn. Steve was like my kind of father figure, so he was. I love him a bit. I see, because I love the new track simulation stuff. Cool. Ryan, yes. Strong guy, yeah. Yeah, he'd be great. He's a big pussycat, so he is. It's like, I turned around, right? Really? I turned around and seen you lot and said, do you know what, guys? I'll send Ryan up because everybody else is up here is way too good looking. Oh, yeah. I'm feeling I have to suck my belly in.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome back to the SimRacing Expo 2025. And now we've got an absolute treat for you. It's the SimRacing Round Table, and they have promised not to fight each other on stage.
I made no promise.
For sure not.
I brought backup. Where is he gone?
Ryan is
Where's
here.
Ryan? Actually, before we do anything, congratulations on Rally. I cannot wait. Yeah. Honestly, I cannot wait. I'm. Look, we're fans first, and then we get to make our dreams come true by making games like this. So
thank you so much. Thank you so much.
That was the olive branch that got.
I'm off.
You're not needed.
He's a very good-looking man, isn't he? I can't.
I think we're going to talk about sim racing eventually.
All right.
I think that the very best miracle we ever made in the Kunos history has been to keep the secret about Rally, because he's running now by more than 4 years, and any rumors never came out. So possibly this is the very best thing that at Kunos we made ever.
Well, before we do, let's actually introduce the gentleman here. We've already started, which is fantastic. We've got Greg here from iRacing, we've got Marco from Kunos, we've got Kevin from Straight 4, and we've got Morris from Rensport. Guys, simple question, really. How do you feel sim racing is in 2025?
Well, look at this crowd. I was talking to the organizers earlier, and they're having to turn people away at the door because of fire code. So over 20,000 people here today, watching how much this has grown in the last, I've been coming here, I think this is my 6th year, and seeing all of the new hardware manufacturers, the OG hardware manufacturers, and seeing how much it's grown, and all the peripherals that allow people like these to interact with our software. It just makes it better for everybody. I think that's the state of what's going on.
To me, it looks like we are at the Gamescom. And it's great because plenty of people and all these guys are presenting some new EPs and games. That is something that requires a huge, big effort from any point of view. And looking at all these companies, including us, are using the game, the SimExpo, to promote and present these new IPs, I think that to me is the proof that how the SimExpo is growing in a quite impressive way. So really, congrats for that, because we know that there is a huge work behind that, and to us is the best possible platform to meet the community, the users, the B2B companies, to get feedback from the users. And from a personal perspective, you know, internet is quite a different place. So that sometimes you heard only feedback from a very little niche of users. When you meet all the people here, you don't just shake hands and so on, but you can also understand better what people want, what people ask, and the great passion that there is behind is this. It's not called anymore hobby. It's a passion. It's a business. It's a very big interest. So we are so proud and honored to be here.
Wow. Wow. That was... well, first up, let's congratulate Michael and all of your team, because look at it this way. What can we say? Outside of Gamescom, what other genre of games has this, right? Passion.
It's right there.
That's exactly it. Passion, right? We're making a sport, guys. That's the way I try to look at this, right? We all have our own levels and we're doing it, but to me, this is a sport. So I want to bring kids in, I want us to grow, and looking at what we've seen today and the level of both young and old it's brilliant. It's more than I imagined. I thought we'll be hearing there maybe about 4 or 5 other people, and it's just, I'm buzzing. I'm buzzing as someone who sits at home and works, and you know what I mean, broke the haptics on our rigs and then blamed everyone else because I get to do that. And I'm looking around going, it's just amazing to be here and to see it and to see everybody enjoying themselves. And we've got, what, this year is just amazing. Look at, we've got Hughes coming out 2 weeks before us.
Yes.
Rally. Yeah, I can't actually wait for that, right? Colin McRae Rally was one of my was one of the games that made me want to race, if anybody understands. We all had that one game or that one moment where we said in our lives, this is what I want to do for a living. Yeah? And then I evolved to playing Assetto Corsa. Shouldn't say that out loud, you know, considering, you know, what I'm making. And then Rally announced. I think it's going to be great for our sport. I really do.
I just can follow with all what you said. So I know Michael since more than 25 years. So I just can say thanks for really making all that happen. Thanks to your wife as well, because she's a big part of that. It's unbelievable. You never give up. So you pushed like hell when the times were not that good, to be honest. And seeing you with this success is just a great thing, to be honest. Thanks a lot for that. And I remember the days when we both were at really... When we were at our first Gamescom in Leipzig, and what I see here is a bit what I felt at this day. So that was incredible. Something started. There was something new. There was so much energy. And the best thing is there came so many manufacturers and people together, and you felt you need that energy to grow a segment. And it's really time to bring sim racing out of these limited segment, and then that's great. And things really, let me say some things on top. Why I'm doing Rennsport is because there's iRacing, there's Assetto. I love racing, and we all know it took time to establish a new brand. And what you have done over decades, it's just impressive, to be honest. And it's hard for us to follow. It will be a long way, but hopefully we can make it to this stage as well. So it's just to be great here, and it's just good to see that.
Just to confirm, we didn't pay any of you guys, right? Just
No.
I was told that you're slipping it afterwards.
Okay, copy that. You guys have been around a long time in the gaming industry, some of you longer than others, but what have you learned over the last 10 years that have got you to this point?
I'll pass it down that way.
Should I start?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let's do like this.
I have learned that today we talk a lot about AI, which is really not that easy to implement into development, to be really honest. Also, I have learned we have to kind of scale the market, going to console or do other things, because production costs are so high, really. 50% of the cost we invest is just for cars and racetracks, so really the content. So there we have to find better ways to be more efficient in the industry, to make really more better products at the end for the audience. So, and to integrate and be open for esport and other stuff. So that's important, really bringing things together. And I think, yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Well, wow, that was a great answer.
Sorry, the answer was more regarding the development.
He got the plug-in for his console game, so he did there. Did anyone else notice? Well, look, I'm a nerd at first and foremost, and a programmer, okay? And I think that the level that console is coming to right now, this is my plug for my game, by the way, is coming that we can now start to simulate physics at the same level on console as you can on a PC. Okay, the barrier is getting less and less, but that's not what I've learned over the last 10 years. Over the last 10 years, what it is, I personally feel, is, I'm going to say the word community, but what it is community. It's actually, there is so much more, a game used to be traditionally, you made the game, you put it out there, and let the chips lie. Now it's about bringing it out there and letting the community say what it is they want, how to bring it back, and taking that feedback and iterating on it and helping. Yeah? And I think that's why with us, with the mod hub that we're doing, and why we partnered with the likes of Giants, is because we ain't going to give you everything that you want, but you can come along with content creators and different mod teams, etc., and build that. And that's what we've learned. And we know the users have had very good success with that too. So I feel over the last 10 years that our communities has grown, and the feedback that we get, and that the world out there and the internet and everything is just a little bit smaller, and it's all a bit quicker to get these things. And it's just going to make all of our games better. So it is.
What I have seen more in the last 10 years, sorry for my voice is gone already, is that today, as I was saying before, sim racing is a sport. Is a sport. And people who engage the sport, I mean the sim racers, also the producers of hardware and so on, consider it as a physics sport. I don't talk anymore about virtual motorsport and real motorsport, because the virtual motorsport, except for car damages, cost, or physical involvement, is exactly the same. Sim racing is the only video game where actually the player behaves exactly like the real driver. It's something that doesn't happen with a FIFA, with a Call of Duty, with any other kind of game. And what we have seen the last 10 years is that the level of the competition in terms of preparation, skill of the drivers is grown so much. And the proof is that the level of the hardware you find today. 10 years ago, having these kind of hardware solutions would have been possible. Today is like when I approached the expo the very same day, I felt like when you go on Netflix and you spend the night just trying to choose what you're going to watch, and eventually you go to sleep because it's too late. I mean, if today I should have to choose a steering wheel or a simulator, I will struggle because there are so many great solutions that are all valid. And it's the same for the software. People sometimes believe that, the users believe that we hate each other, that we fight, and so on. 3 weeks ago, when I heard about the NASCAR 25 launch, I wrote a mail to Steve Myers to congrats because actually is something that is part of the racing world, but having a specific game simulation specific for the IndyCar and for the NASCAR is quite amazing because it reminds me at the time of NASCAR 2003. I was a huge fan, even if I'm Italian, NASCAR is not so popular, but it was just great. And NASCAR 2003, exactly like Grand Prix Legends or other games, are the reason why I am here and I do this job today. I feel really special to be part of it because it's not a video gaming anymore. We have been with our office into the Vallelunga racetrack in Italy. I mean, we have our studio that was located in the facility in the middle of the track by 2008 to 2016. And I can't tell you how much we struggled through the years to let the real motorsport actors to understand that, okay, it's not the real motorsport, but it's not a game. And they said us for years, for decades, oh, yes, it's nice, a nice game, but real motorsport is a different matter. It's not a different matter anymore. Because today, the real drivers spend thousands and thousands of hours on the simulators. And the young generations don't come anymore from the karting, but from the simulators. So it's 100% a pure sport. And to me, this is what changed so much in the last 10 years. Sorry to be a bit...
If you don't mind, he made a really great point. It's a sport, but it's also, he said there about the software. So we put out our game, and we can call it a platform. And we put out our telemetry, and the amount of telemetry software and apps that are out there that people have been making to help improve, and it shows a real passion from the people and the community that's there. I was talking to guys from Studio 66, and they're there with you guys. They have 100,000 people using that app on iRacing, and I think it's amazing to see. Yeah, and that's what we want to be contributing to. Yeah, we're just part of a really big ecosystem, so we are.
Well, to double down on all that, you know, I think community. Anybody that's talked to me this week has heard me say the word community. That's our big thing right now, whether it's in special events or here. But I want to go back. I have a great story. Motorsport Games of Valencia last year. There's a photo of us, the iRacing and the Kunos guys, standing on chairs watching the final lap, and they're all of us like this. And it just, I mean, in a line. And it was a really cool moment and a really cool photo, and I have it on my desk at home, and it lets you know, like, yes, there's much more community, not just here, but here. There's a great exchange of ideas. It's pushing people forward, not just on the track, but to develop, what is next. And I think that's something that, you'll continue to see as, Moore's Law continues to be a thing.
Yeah.
But if we take it in a different direction, I think one of the lessons we've learned and we're adapting to it is stay true to yourself. Stay true to what software you're developing. Don't try to be everything to everybody because you will fail everybody.
Create a vision, follow your vision. So this is the only way. Really.
Yeah, and how to find that balance between providing, current feature sets that, your membership or your users want and need in the short term, while also balancing, how to balance that innovation and moving forward to provide things that maybe they don't even know they want.
Yet.
And so I think finding the balance between all of that is one of the lessons I think is the hardest to learn, and took some time and took some missteps and mistakes along the way. Some of them public, some of them not so. But where we landed today, and I think you're seeing that now. Obviously we're expanding out in the console space and realizing that we have a very dedicated, hardcore sim racing audience. But how do we, as you said, grow from this niche into the more mainstream? And you're going to see that now that consoles have become more powerful and you're able to do more things with them. And with the NASCAR 25 title, IndyCar, really excited about that as an open wheel nerd. And then iRacing Arcade, which is just out of left field for a lot of people. But getting more people into this ecosystem and seeing how amazing this community is, whether it is from software developers, hardware developers, third-party apps that complement everything that's being done, and the people behind the wheel on a daily basis.
Oh, some good answers there, guys. So AI has become a huge part of just everyday life, right? In every aspect of our lives. How do you see AI improving sim racing development?
Going back across the board. I mean, this is such a loaded question right now. We have a press release out. We're obviously investigating AI. I don't think that everybody knows completely. I think what you're going to see are more opportunities to make these experiences more immersive. Whether that is by an AI-powered crew chief that's going to help people that may not have an engineering degree be able to set up their cars a little bit better. Whether it is, I was talking to some folks today. The AI race engineer that's going to be able to give better advice. When the rain's coming, where the rain's coming, things like that. There's a variety of directions it can come. I think anybody would be remiss to say that they know exactly how it is going to impact things long term. I can say that we're actively at the research stage and seeing what the opportunity set is. I think it's used responsibly is going to make things a lot better, a lot more immersive, and really just help us try to accomplish and continue to move the bar and the level of sim racing forward.
I use it to work at my place so I can ride my bike, so it works quite well, the AI. No, it's quite impressive what the level we are reaching and the progression the AI is doing. I think that in the future, it could be used also for the AI competitors. That today, as I was saying before, is really challenging to program an AI driver that can compete and behave like a real driver. I think that in a few years, we could have some network system with AI so that when you play, even in single player, you could take advantage of the progression that AI is doing in terms of evaluating the way how you can drive, you can overtake, and so on. It's quite too early at the moment because of the lag that you would have, that just 1/10 of a second means 10 meters, 20 meters, so it's not usable yet. I would like to see in the future that you can play against the computer, but not with a single AI algorithm, but with an AI that is quite complex and can take advantage of the neural network. We also made some R&D activity in Kunos. We saw that it is a bit too early for that. But I believe that in the future it could be also get this kind of application also for the driving and for the training of the real driver.
So I think it's our responsibility to make sure that our games are accessible so that we can spit out as much data as we possibly can when it comes to telemetry and feedback, so that we can allow AI and allow people to actually understand what they can use it for. My focus is to make the best game, and I'm going to call it kind of a platform possible for that to be achieved. When it comes to AI with development, where I see the future is with scanning on tracks and changes that are there and using photogrammetry and everything else to be able to try and feed back in, that this track has changed since the last time you did it, to be able to help us understand the flaws that we have. So one example I was given, it was we were driving around and our cornering is too fast in the high-speed turns on Nordschleife, and Yeah, you probably had it too. Yeah, he's sitting there going, "I've been there."
Life is inertial life.
Young
I think all of
Padawan,
us
be
have
careful.
heard this story before.
Yes. So we're like trying to now feed the telemetry to try and figure out what it is. And yeah, you know, there's tools. There's a lot of things that AI will improve upon, and you know, our responsibility is to keep that data there, keep giving it out to the communities, take the feedback and be receptive to what comes. And as it says, all ships rise in a rising tide, so we just have to be open to that.
Yeah, just can follow to all what's said. AI, you can see it in different ways. So when it comes to developing, when it comes to content production, and also when it comes, how does it, what you said, bring to the customer in-game. So when it comes to technical stuff, support, and so on. So what I deeply believe is with all the data we have from the drivers, we can make AI drivers better. We can make I would say a single player feeling more customized at the end of the day. So we get rid of what I ever hate in gaming, the pre-scripted shit at the end of the day. This will happen and this will create a much better experience for all of us. So this is a thing we will see within the next 1 or 2 years for sure. So really when it comes to development, or what I would love to see progression in content production, so scanning things and really bringing it into the game. This will take a bit, I think. So what I see, there are a lot of good ideas, but there, especially on our side, I don't know what you have, but we cannot really use it at the moment. So it really do not help us. So the game we have at the moment, we will release in November. This is really handmade, so there is no AI in there. Maybe the last game we do in this way, but things will change, and you see it in the whole industry. Big companies lay off people, reducing the stuff, so they all do not have the final feeling where it goes. So we will see what happened there, but I think it will take a bit of time. Yeah.
I think that's a brilliant point you made. I know I'm meant to be up here plugging, but for me, I just look like this is like a brain trust, and I'm really enjoying like vibing. We all run our studios, so we have responsibilities to our people and our staff, and I really think that was the best and the most honest answer. Yeah, you're saying, hey, we're not going to look at this now because we're not going to try and replace people with AI. And I think that's one of the things that's been happening a lot in the games industry, is these bigger companies coming along and thinking that they can replace people with bots. They can't replace passion, commitment, and they just can't. An AI is never going to be able to do that on a production level. An AI is never going to be able to sit there and look at the track and go, that's not just how it feels. It's just data. It's never had that feeling of going over. Like this man was telling us yesterday about, your motorbikes. And the doctor turned around and said to him, at your age, that he has to, with your knees, you'll have to replace your motor, you might have to stop with the motorbikes. And he turned around and says, no, actually, I'll just replace my doctor. So,
right,
exactly. So it's important that, AI is a good tool. And it should be a good tool, but what it should never be is replacing people.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway, Terminator.
But to be honest, it will happen.
Don't shake my hand as you say that.
No. But it will create new jobs for sure.
Yeah,
creativity you cannot make with AI. So and passion also not.
Yes.
And this is what you need to do products like this. So it's clear.
I feel that anyway, Terminator is just around the corner. Because the way how we are seeing the progression of the AI is quite terrific. In some way, I'm a bit sad to say that to see that some professionals are getting replaced by the AI. I see, for example, that there are a lot of tools today to create NPC graphics characters that are an artistic job that need not just the skill to use 3D Studio Max and so on, but need also some artistic value. And the AI is flattening the way how we are looking to the quality, because they are quite effective, but it's not human. So also in terms of content, I see that they are AI generated. We see that there is flattening on what we are seeing. And this, since we do a creative job at the end, it looks like that eventually in the future products like this could lose a bit of personality. and could change what makes iRacing what iRacing is, what Assetto Corsa is, and so on and so on.
Oh, you can say PMR. You can say PMR.
Sorry?
You can say PMR. Well, you can do it. Project Motor Racing.
PMR and Rensport. Sorry. Project Motor Racing and Rensport, yeah.
But you see it today. If you see a lot of studios using AI for localization. And if you see the text, it's for sure you feel it. It's not human. So it's exactly what you said.
I have
and
my guy there nodding his head, right? Because somebody tried to do that and they got it all wrong.
It's not human.
Yeah, he's my little AI bot there, but he's actually giving out because, you know, oh, we could be using it, you're going to use AI to do it. And he's like, no, we have to do a lock pass because we're D1P, just like you. And it's because there's flavor in language as well that sometimes gets missed, especially when you try to translate.
I think he made a really good point, though, talking about the creative aspect. You know, if you look at large language models, it's everything that has been, but it's not what will be. It's not innovating and moving forward. It's regurgitating in some different capacity. And when you're working in a creative space, what will be is what makes something special. It's where that passion comes from.
Yeah.
And so I agree, it is a tool. I may eat my words. I may be the guy that gets laid off over it. But I think it's really important to remember that it's not looking forward. It is what is based on what has already been.
Well, lads, that half an hour has absolutely flown by. I want to say thank you very much for your time. I'm sure you guys found it very interesting. We can have a little round of applause for our panelists here.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Grazie.
Right, guys, we're going to be heading off for a very short break, and then we will have the finale of our Road to the SimExpo final.
Blah, blah, blah.
Thank you.
Can you hear me anymore?
I can hear you,
okay.
but I don't know if they can hear you.
I have a question for the group of people here. I have a question.
Yeah.
If I can.
Hey everybody, welcome back on stage of SimRacing Expo 2025. We've got another highlight coming up for the end of the day. It's going to be the Road to SimRacing Expo competition final. We have 6 drivers racing against each other, 3 pro drivers, 3 amateurs. Actually, 3 amateurs racing against each other and 3 pro drivers racing against each other on one track in one race. So there's going to be super exciting racing with prize money of 600, 400 and 300 euros. So everybody on the stage is going to win something in the end. That's also very amazing. I like that. And I would like to introduce you to our pro drivers. Marcel Moros, Alessandro Porta sitting over here. And also there is, let me see, wait, so many names. Balázs Pala over there. And our amateurs who have made it here from our 3 online rounds at Navarro, Virginia, and Okayama are Connor Franzen, Tim Beilicke, and Leon Manin. Connor and Tim sitting over there. And Leon is sitting over there, right? Yeah. And Tim is over there. So we got that straight. Anyways, you will recognize them on the track, and I'm, have nothing more to say then. It's time to see them battle it out in our live and grand final at the Nürburgring GP, driving Mercedes' AMG GT3 version. And now, let's give it up for the Road to SimRacing Expo final, powered by Asetek Sim Sports. Have fun racing, everybody, and I'll give it over to our commenters, Luke and Danny. Enjoy.
Ladies, gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Road to Sim Expo 2025 final here in Dortmund. We're in Dortmund, right? We're not in Dusseldorf like Ben Collins said this week. We're also at the Nürburgring, which is very confusing. My name is Luke Crane. I'll be one of your commentators, and I'm joined by the ever delightful Danny Juicer. How you doing, mate?
Yeah, man, and I'm super stoked for the final right now. We have all 6 cars on the grid, so we have 3 pros, 3 AM drivers, but take care, the AM drivers are actually not so AM like the name would probably give away. In the first 3 races, some of our AM drivers actually beat some of the best iRacing drivers in the world. So guys, AM and Pro-Am is just for category, but right now it's for the overall victory, right, Luke?
Yeah, absolutely. And just to clarify, the online rounds were on iRacing, and the final will be on Project Motor Racing, which is really going to show the strength in their adaptability.
Yeah, exactly. So to give you like some background information, they had only 1 hour of testing early in the morning to adapt to the simulators, to the hardware, which is sponsored by Asetek Sim Sports. And obviously, if you're at home, can race on the simulator you use all day for months and years to come. You're like way better prepared than just getting into cold water and need to swim. But I saw already the lap times and were very, very competitive to each other. So 5 minutes of qualifying. We have actually Alessandro Porta in the front right now, now overtaken in the Hyundai Curve by Leon Manning, I think. So basically track position is key right now to have like the first flying lap without any traffic. They are weaving now heavily to get tires under pressure and tire temperature over the surface. We are driving here the fast chicane because let's be honest, at Nürburgring only the fast chicane is a right chicane. And now it's the last corner they are approaching, and the first flying lap is ticking on.
Absolutely is. And again, the tyres do take a few laps to warm up, so they're actually not going to get the tyres into optimum temperature range. So it will be really, really tough here to get a flying lap in. So bank time is going to be key, but expect the times to be a little bit slower to start off with. We get a lovely shot there from behind our drivers, Tim Beilicke. You can see there in behind, I think that's Alessandro Porta just up ahead. But now they're on their first lap that will count in terms of the time. But it's only a 5-minute session. So not long really, probably 2 attempts, I guess.
Yeah, that's probably regular lap time. I think about this configuration is 1 minute 53 in real life. So yeah, we have more or less just 3 flying laps, 2. Yeah, and then it's good to go. And then we go over the 15-minute race.
I think we'll be looking for a low 56 here. If anyone gets to the 55s, that will probably be pole position, to be honest, from what I've seen in practice. But everyone seems pretty comfortable. The times are really, really close. And we do indeed, like you've just mentioned, we have 3 pros and we have 3 AMs. So for the AM drivers, we've got Connor Franson, we've got Leon Manin and Tim Bieliger, who we are on board with right now. And then our pro drivers are Alessandro Porta, Marcel Marox, and also, Balázs Pála, of course. So those are the 3 pros. And there effectively are 2 races within the one. So there's 6 drivers, and the winner of the lead car of the AMs, they could be P4, and they would still be the winner of the AMs. And then for the pros, a pro could be P3, and 2 AMs finish first and second, but the pro would still win their class, of course, as well. And there is some money on the line, Danny.
Yeah, so basically, already they won money. So, but now it's just up to how much they actually win. So the first one gets 600 euros, the second one 400, and the third, the last podium step, gets 300 euros. And yeah, I think it's a very cool concept. Takes out a lot of the pressure to deliver and maybe dive bomb directly in the first corner, which is often happening. So yeah, otherwise I'm very stoked to see the first couple of times ticking in. We have 156.2.
That's a really good time for the tyre temperatures. I'm telling you that now. We might see a 55, judging by that. But yeah, a 56.2 is the fastest time we've seen so far. 58.1 then into second spot for Marcel Marox, but he will be getting his tyres up to temp. But I'm telling you now, this is their final opportunity to get lap time in.
Exactly, and I think Balázs and Maroc are also teammates, right? So there could be some strategy being in there, but to be honest,
definitely not. When there's money on the line, you know, it's an individual competition. So when there's money on the line, it is all, you know. Obviously, they probably got to dinner tonight and they want to be friends, but ultimately they're here to win that extra money.
So then, who wins more prize money needs to pay the dinner, right?
Absolutely, and I'm going to find out what restaurant they're going to, and my bill is normally quite large.
So also, quite interesting side fact. So since they had 1 hour of training, they felt like it is not enough. So they told me that they actually seeked out all the simulators on the Expo, which run PMR, and asked them whether they could drive the configuration here. So literally the guys are like super competitive and very determined to do well. And Leo Manis told me actually he waited all over the day, like 2 hours for 4 or 6 drivers. So yeah, I love that, to be honest. Like, this kind of determination is really, really cool.
They've got a weekend ticket, right? So today's fine because I get to see everything tomorrow, or they would have seen it yesterday. So yeah, it's been pretty cool. Here we go then. Heading through the kink. That lap time isn't going to count. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, so that's a nice front bumper damage. 50,000 euros are gone. But since it's virtual, there's no need to pay bills. And it was also very nice that he didn't drive back into the traffic.
No, absolutely not. So here we go then, about to come across the line for Balázs Pála. Is it going to be an improvement on the lap time though? 56.2, still the time to beat. No improvement there. No improvement. Are we going to get another lap time in here though? That's the question. Looks like we might be getting 1 more lap time in.
I think Connor Franson moved into third, or was still in third, but improved his lap time by 2 seconds.
Yes, Porter's done a 56.0, so there we go.
Okay, so on the pole position, Alessandro Porter with being 56.0.27. Pála Balázs is just 2/10 behind.
Yeah,
so
56.260. Then we've got a 56.603 for Connor Franson. Tim Bieliger has a 57.618. Marcel Marox has a 58.161, and Leon Manin has a 58.2. So the big shock here is that Marcel Marox is down in 5th position.
Yeah, totally. And Alessandro Porter just in the late style just finished like 2 seconds before end of qualifying his lap and got the pole position, which is really, really cool. And the first AM in 3rd position. So let's see whether Connor can take that to the championship, or let's say win the overall. And actually Connor is a quite nice story. So he started in our Road to SimRacing Expo competition as an AM, which means on iRacing he has less than 5,000 iRating. And now, because of the championship, he started to drive the M2.
Wow, that is pretty impressive here. We're about to go green light racing though. It's just all readying up on the grid. We've got about 40 seconds to go. That's pretty impressive, though. You mentioned he was below the 5,000, and now he's managed to go above that 5,000 mark.
Now he's at 7,000 I rating.
Oh, okay. That's
so
a big
now
increase,
he's
isn't
a
it?
pro.
Wow, that is ridiculous. Almost as high as you, Danny, right?
Way higher than me because I have no time for racing anymore, but I spend time with you behind the stage.
Yeah, it's too busy putting on world-class sim racing events.
Yeah, but good. Really good.
So we just got 15 seconds left to go then, and then we'll be dishing out some money after a 15-minute race here at the Nürburgring, which for my money means we're going to have about an 8-lap race. So not long.
Yeah, not very long, more like rallycross style, and we are going into the race start. So.
Oh, here we go. We are off, and we are indeed running. Such a really nice start there from Alessandro Porta. Get straight across, then anyone in behind to stop them making a potential overtake. As we see go down towards turn number one. It's a big send. That's a huge send there from Balázs Pála. They're going to run off the circuit. Oh, that's not good at all. And I'll tell you what, the big winner in that is Conor Franson. Franson moves up into the lead of this race, and he says, thank you very much.
Yeah, it's simply what he's done all season. Let the other people fight, just take the... Oh, he braked too late into to turn 2 or 3, but it's still manageable. I think he's still in the front. Yeah, Conor's still in the front, which is really, really good. So yeah, what I wanted to go back to the information is like Conor made that all the time in the actual races at the start of the season. Just let other people fight, pick up the places, and at the end you're at the final.
Yeah, it looks like Marcel Morax is having issues at the back there as well. We did just see him in the back of shot, so he is out on track. But yeah, right down the order as we stay on board then with Conor Franson leading the way. Balázs Pála then in second. Tim Beidecker is third. Of course, he is an AM driver looking to try and get up and ahead. And he has to win this race effectively if he wants to go indeed take the big prize pool, because Conor Franson is still in that lead. On board now with Tim Beidecker. Pála right up ahead of him. And I tell you what, this is really, really close.
Yeah, and now we're going through the Schumacher chicane? It's the Schumacher chicane?
Schumacher S's.
Schumacher S's. I'm so bad with names. My time I'm spending on the Nürburgring is just on the Nordschleife. So yeah, but with the first lap is nearly done. We have a small group that is getting away from the pack, when you can say pack by six drivers anyway. But we are now approaching one good overtaking zone. I don't think that Pála is still close enough, but that's also a good zone to miss your braking point and just go off into the grass. And the first lap is nearly done.
Yeah, Conor Franson there was being caught by Balázs Pála, but Pála just lost it a touch through that final chicane, although it is very, very close. We end lap number 1, and we have an AM winning the race. So Conor Franson, 7/10 advantage over Balázs Pála. And then in third spot is Tim Beidecker, Alessandro Porta in fourth position, and Leon Manin down in fifth spot. And again, Marcel Morax. Oh, it's a big send, huge send there. Balázs Pála sends one up the inside through turn number 1, takes the lead of this race, and Conor Franson, very cleverly there, just got out of it. He said, you know what, it doesn't matter if I'm second in this race. If a pro's ahead of me, I still win.
Yeah, exactly, but Tim Beidecker is directly behind him. So it's going to head up again, and Conor is like very, very, very focused already. It's very hard. People think that sim racing, like professionally and being fast, is like very easy, but you're actually more concentrated than actually in real life.
I'm proof of that fact. I am not very fast at all.
But just on regular racing tracks. I saw you racing on ovals, which is very, very good. And I mean,
or Watkins Glen. Watkins Glen,
yeah.
fine.
Which is, to be honest, depending on the configuration, just an oval with 3 corners.
All right, mate. There's no need for that, was there? Absolutely taking pelters here. So we're on board then with Conor Franson, who's now got to keep Tim Beidecker at bay. So a little bit of jeopardy with those 2 purple cars in behind him. And yeah, it does look like Balázs Pála has got a bit of a gap now and is just going to drive off into the sunset. And the perfect thing for him is that he does have that insurance policy if the car behind him actually isn't in his race. Yeah, so it's not actually in his race there. So, yeah, even if the car in third position makes a move, it's going to lose them a load of time, and it should really give Balázs Pála a bit more time to work with. Alessandro Porta then is in behind Tim Beidecker, and I think he's probably got to do something similar to what Pála did to Franson and just send it somewhere and sort of hope that Tim does get out the way because it's not his fight. So yeah, Porta, you know, with it being such a short format, really does need to start getting a move on.
Exactly, and then the major issue is if you're racing somebody from the different category, you are driving and you see a car in front of you, which is actually not fighting with you, but you want to pass, like getting really, really fast through the traffic, or yeah, it's traffic more.
Oh, there it is. There is the big send. So Tim Bilicka now moves down into third position, and Alessandro Porta has gone up into third spot then. So that was brilliantly done, although it was a little bit aggressive, I would say, but Tim Bilicka has read it. But now he's a bit further back behind Connor Franson. So effectively, we've got P1 of the pros in P1, and then we've got P2 of the pros in P3. Then we've got P1 in the AMs in P2, and then we've got P2 in the AMs in P4, if that makes sense.
It totally makes sense. I find it interesting that Balázs is like very, very keen to get away. He probably feels the pressure. So all of the drivers actually changed a bit in the HUD, so they have a virtual mirror. I recommended not doing that, because virtual mirror is actually one of the parts which makes you like very nervous when you're driving, because it's always way more zoomed in and cars appear way closer than they are. And yeah, but I think Balázs is not making use of the rear mirror right now. He's just taking the view in front and trying to finish in first position overall and in his pro category.
Yeah, absolutely. It's using all of the advantages you possibly can, right? It's always nice to be, so for me personally, I like to have the rear view mirror on, because I like to be able to see where I'm defending from. That's if I'm ahead of anybody. Normally I'm at the back, so it doesn't really matter. But I think it's definitely a good thing to have, and it's a little bit more realistic than not having one. As we're on board then with Alessandro Porta, and he has to now get ahead of Franson and then drive up to the back of Balázs Pala, which is going to be a little bit more difficult than first thought. The cars are actually quite close together, to be fair here. They're all on the same part of the circuit.
Yeah, actually, I mean, look, for all of them, the sim is totally new. We didn't tell them before that we are racing Project Motor Racing, and they have to adjust to every single detail of the sim. And now each lap they is still driving in the race, they improve, and they can finally see also the lines of the other ones. Because that was actually quite interesting when I watched practice. Everybody was alone on the track. And for me personally, it would make more sense to go behind someone to check what is his line, what is better in this simulation, how to drive and adjust your type of driving, the driving style, to be honest. And yeah, but I think it's still on. Connor is like very, very ambitious all the time, and sometimes he's a bit settling off and then putting more pace in. And Balázs, obviously, since he's also a professional sim racer, has, all the experience all the time.
I think he's made the best move of the championship as Connor Franson by just getting out of the way of Balázs Pala, just moving out the way, letting him go, and ultimately having a bit of clear track to work with, albeit with the car still in front of him. But again, he's not in the same race. There's a big mistake then from Porta. So Porta has run deep through the hairpin. It's going to hurt him trying to chase up towards Balázs Pala, although the gap has come down now to 1.8 seconds.
Yeah. Balázs would have made like a small error or something, because he had 1.5 seconds in start of the lap, now only 7/10 when I'm right, or 6. Yeah, already 6 only, so yeah, Connor is on fire, man.
Yeah, he absolutely is. So Pala may be struggling with the tyres here already, even though it's such a short format race, but there's definitely something awry, and maybe, just maybe, not only would Connor Franson become sort of a pro iRating level for this competition, he might end up being the #1 out of everybody. Not that it makes any difference in terms of the prize money, but he might end up being a race winner as an AM.
Yeah, I mean, look, all sim racing drivers and real racing drivers have their ego, right? And finishing at first place in AM is obviously cool, but beating all the pros would be even better. And we had 1,800 people actually participating in the qualifying for this series. So yeah, that's like a good number to beat.
Yeah, I will say one thing here, that what Alessandro Porta needs is for Connor Franson to catch Balázs Pala, have a fight, and that will bring him in. Because I do think that Pala has the pace here. He's not, that's a big mistake there from Franson. He's going to leave that door open, I think, and there comes the move. So at one point it looks like he would go up and challenge potentially for a race victory. Just runs ever so slightly deep there through turn number 2, and the door was left open, and now Porta is free to go and chase down our race leader.
Yeah, let's see. Maybe Connor is just like, get past man, pull me along, and then I'm the lucky third who's benefiting from a crash or like a spin when they're going head to head. I think Alessandro Porta always told me like he's like very emotional and getting like very feisty in fights and try to catch the people. So it's a good setup for a dramatic final.
Yeah, it certainly is here as we head into the final laps of the road to the SimExpo Championship 2025. Porter now, it's about 1.4 seconds behind, so he is slowly but surely catching up. Balázs Pála still holding on to that very slender lead. And then Conor Francis just dropped a bit further back. I think that move down in towards turn number 3 has kind of spooked him a touch here. And now he's just taking solace and going, do you know what? I just need to make sure I finish ahead in the AMs.
Yeah, and also you don't need to forget that they know what's happening on the other sims and so on. But when they hear maybe push too hard in the start of the race and the tire degraded too fast, maybe it starts to show right now. So Pála is already like extending the lead by a bit, and now in the last final turns it was closer. We will have probably 1 or 2 laps just to finish to the finish line, and yeah, it's shaping up to be like very competitive. So let's see whether Conor is getting into a fight with Tim, because that gap is actually closing as well. So we have potentially 2 battles on our hand.
Yeah, so we are now starting the 3rd from last lap. So we've got 3 to go in this championship. And Alessandro Porter is at 1.6 seconds behind, so he's just dropped a couple of tenths actually, further behind Balázs Pála. The gap between Conor Francis and Tim Beilacher is 1.6 seconds, so that gap is definitely coming down as well, though it's just gone up a little bit. So we are potentially going to see a fight at the death here.
I don't hope so, man, because it's not now that they're sitting at home. They're sitting next to each other, so maybe we need to bring out the box gloves. And here,
that's a
Balázs made
huge error from the lead of this race then. So now Porter has been given an opportunity to make a move. He has the inside line as well. Actually, no, it's going to transition to the outside line, of course, down towards the hairpin. It's going to go very deep under braking, almost a bit of door banging between the 2 of them. And wow, I tell you what, Balázs Pála is going to just about hold on to this, but it's now getting very spicy indeed. 2.5 to go.
Yeah, and we were directly on his face with the camera when this incident happened. I know so well this kind of view. You look, oh damn, I made a mistake. Directly look up into the rearview mirror and getting like totally tensed up. But he made it stick, and it was a very good move from both. Not crashing, being fair, hard racing is always what we want to see.
Yeah, 100%. And again, you just made a very good point. Actually, they are next to each other. So if it goes, awry. Ultimately, it's not a case of you can send a really angry Discord message. You're going to get it by both barrels into your ear hole. It's as simple as that. Right, into the final chicane we will go. It is still then the race lead for Balázs Pála. So we come up towards a Coca-Cola curve. 2 laps to go when they next cross the line. And are we potentially going to see a grandstand finish here? We're on board then with Alessandro Porter. He's on the camera as well. And he's into that slipstream as we run down towards turn number 1, closing up ever so slightly. Look at the overspeed he's getting here. The move gets covered off then by Balázs Pála. Goes onto the grass a little bit and then has to take the outside line. But can he do the over and under? Well, actually, he was a little bit too close there. He needed to be a bit further back. But it's well defended by Balázs Pála.
Yeah, I mean, they're cutting grass by going on the
he's wide again. He's wide again. The door's been massively left open. Then he's tried to defend it, and Porter was in there. Porter was on his inside already. He's tried to defend the position when it's just impossible to do so, and ultimately he's then lost out. Pála just panicked.
Yeah, I guess we know that Alessandro Porter is very, very aggressive when he's driving. And when there's a next mistake, and I think the tires are giving up. And if you see someone like Porter behind you in the rearview mirror catching up, and you start to make these kind of mistakes, it's just adding up. You need to be actually relaxed. It sounds stupid, but it is like this.
Yeah, he pounced like a panther, did Alessandro Porter again. He made that move stick really nicely. Pála's panicked, but the car was already there. You can't just move across into another car. It's just not how it works. You've made a mistake. You can't then rectify it by, being dangerous or trying to avert the contact, or not avert the contact, create the contact, actually, should I say. But yeah, Porter's now into the lead of this race, and yeah, he's going to be super excited. Can he hang on, though? Just over a lap to go, and he'll pick up the main prize pool.
Yeah, but look, the last 2 laps prove that the gap, whether 1 or 2 seconds, is good for your mental health in a second. But if you make a mistake, it's gone. It's gone, and then you're just second, or even worse, Conor is actually catching up again. He may just make a break between the lap 5 and 4.
Definitely been an issue here for Tim Beilacher, isn't there? Because he's now down to 5th position. He's dropped down behind Leon Mannin. And so Conor Francis basically got a free run to the line here, as the gap between the front two is about 0.7 of a second. And we've already seen the slipstream in this. Oh, hold on, what's happening here? There's Tim Beilacher then. So Tim Beilacher has made a bit of another error, that's for certain. and now finds herself down into P5. But let's go back then with the leaders. Alessandro Porta still in the lead here then, 0.8 of a second as we are on the final lap. He runs deep this time round, and Balázs Páler's got to try and force the pressure.
Yeah, to be honest, when you see the rear of the car, I think all the tires are a bit too hot right now. I mean, it's very easy to make a mistake, and yeah, the tires are not lasting for all the time, right?
He's driving with his mirrors now. You can tell he's starting to panic here. Porter, is he going to be able to hang on? I thought the race might be done and dusted, but that's absolutely not the case. Are we going to see a ascend here from Páler down through the left-hander? We're going to be heading down towards the hairpin, which is probably the best overtaking opportunity on this circuit. He's gone a little bit too tight there. He's going to be slow on the exit, and actually that might have hurt him of a potential opportunity to make the move for the lead here. And I think realistically, the last place he can make a move would be into the final chicane or even the final corner. But he could have just opened that corner up a little bit better. He would have had a better run down towards the hairpin.
Yeah, totally. And I mean, Alessandro showed it. If there's a chance, take it. Just take it. Even if like these are not glass cars, you can put bang doors and so on. That has happened, and you really lost the car. And I think now it's very close to being gone. I mean, there's only a deliberate dive bomb now in the place to get maybe first place.
Yeah, I will say one thing here. Porter did look very scrappy in the first sector of this final lap, maybe a bit nervous, and actually runs wide once again, but seemed to have figured it out. But yeah, there is another mistake down. We come through the kink, up towards that final chicane. I'm not sure the gap's quite close enough. You're right, it would have to be something desperate from this point to see a race victory go the way of Balázs Páler. He is not close enough, though. Porter runs deep through the chicane. I think he should be relatively okay then. Down towards that final corner, there isn't going to be a send. We head around the final turn, through the exit, and Alessandro Porta, ladies and gentlemen, will become the SimRacing Expo 2025 champion. As they all slide around now in celebration. Congratulations, a fantastic move there. It did take a mistake from our race leader, but then you can see Connor Franson comes across the line. He will take the AM Championship as well. So I'm sure we could probably hand back over to Matza here, who can interview our two winners.
So everybody, we got some winners right here on stage, and we got to celebrate, of course. Luke, are you joining me? Where's your microphone? Bro, come on. How was it? Are you ready for a little interview for me? Yeah, sure, right? Come on, yeah. Don't forget your shoes, of course. You can lose your shoes doing such a race, right? How was it from your perspective?
Beautiful. All the event was beautiful. The organization is beautiful. We have no practice for all the event. Every single appointment was the race was the circuit was discovered one day before the appointment. So we have no time to prepare the race. So
it was really about adjusting and like finding your way to it.
Yes, absolutely.
So when I remember it rightly, then you had the best time in the qualifying, right? Wasn't it that?
Yeah, I saw it in the last moment. So I think it was free practice, but later I discovered it was for qualifying. So very good.
And then in the race, what happened then?
Yeah, at the start I see the ballast. I think was. He got to the inside in me, but I didn't saw it. I saw it at the last time, and he crashed into me. And I tried to recover, and it goes very well.
You did pretty well, obviously. Come on my left side, please, because we have another winner, right? My friend, how was it?
It was very exciting. I really didn't know what to expect. New hardware, opponents that I didn't know, how they will perform in GT3 class. I also couldn't practice for this because it was a new track for me and a random car that I didn't know. But luckily I was really familiar with the GT3. But I think for everyone it was pretty exciting, new hardware and new software. So yeah, really happy with that.
Absolutely amazing. So you are not a pro, obviously, but how much time do you invest in racing, and how much experience do you have already?
Every day, at least maybe 4 hours on the sim. Yeah, just doing the GT3 stuff, and yeah, that.
Okay, that's pretty much it. Every day. How many hours would you say do you spend per day?
4+ maybe.
4+ maybe. So that is the way to sim racing, to be a pro in the end. Are you planning on that?
Yeah, for sure. Fully dedication. Still grinding.
Okay, if anybody has any questions afterwards, probably ask him maybe, or him, because those two guys obviously know how to do it. We have 2 winners. Please give a warm round of applause for our winners of the race. Thank you so much. And I'd say, for now, that would be pretty much it. You will receive your prize money. Of course, everybody will. Thank you so much for participating. We'll have time for pictures later. And for me, it's a wrap, I'd say. So thank you so much for participating in SimRacing Expo 2025 right here on Saturday. Tomorrow we will be back with a nice new program. We will announce it to you soon. That's for that. Thank you so much. See you soon. Bye-bye.
Welcome back then, ladies and gentlemen, to the SimRacing Expo 2025. I say welcome back, it's done. Another day in the books, what a day.
And what a day, to be honest, it was just amazing. And so many nice panels, so many nice people on stages, and the race in the end was just a stunner.
Absolutely, we also learned that SimRacing game developers can be friends.
Yes, absolutely. That was amazing,
No
wasn't
fighting whatsoever.
We all were waiting for a fight, but it didn't happen, right?
Yeah, a bit of a shame, really, if I'm honest.
It was really nice.
Yeah, we'll head over to tomorrow then. So we will be back live again, whether you're watching at home, and if you are going to be here for your third day at the event, 11 o'clock the show will start.
Exactly, and then 11:30 we start into the state of sim racing. We're going to discuss that. So how is the state of sim racing, actually?
Yeah, specifically esports, actually. So yeah, we will be speaking with 3 very special guests on that one.
Then we'll have the Usher Racing Tech Talk, which is going to be exciting as well, of course, at 12.
Yeah, they'll be talking through some of their partnerships that they've announced and their latest hardware. Then we will have the Oracle Red Bull Sim Racing team giving us an update on what they're up to.
Yeah, looking forward to that. After that, at 13, BS and Story of Garrett Lowe.
Yeah, the way that's written, BS the story. It's a little bit oddly, but yeah, we've got the story of Garrett Lowe, who's been racing in the Euro NASCAR series this year, and he's become the best rookie of all time. It's like fantastic.
And after that, your very good friend Tim Heinemann is going to be live on stage with you together. You see each other again. Like, how often do you see each other, actually?
Well, we were together like 2 weeks ago, to be fair. But yeah,
Okay.
we have a little update every year. We talk about what we're up to. Well, we talk about what Tim's up to be fair.
Yeah.
No one needs to know what I'm up to.
And talking about updates, we also have an FIA update after that.
No swearing in that one, remember? No swearing.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely not. And then there's going to be the big quiz by Traction and VPG. I'm looking really forward to that because we can win something over here on the stage.
Yeah, there will be a VPG Mustang wheel
Wheel,
rim.
yeah,
like
yeah.
a proper wheel rim. Like it's
Yeah.
going to be an amazing prize. So if you are here tomorrow, make sure you're here at 4 p.m. because if you win the quiz, you win the prize. It really is as simple as that.
Yeah, wherever you are, come on over to Dortmund. SimRacing Expo is waiting for you. Tomorrow, last day, it's going to be amazing again.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you very much for watching. Hopefully you've enjoyed it if you've been at the arena or watching at home. But we'll be back again to do it all over.
See you tomorrow.